Every year, iRacing invites all drivers to partake in the joy that is IMSA Vintage by putting on the Road America 500. 500 miles of Nissan GTP and Audi GTO magic where only the fated will survive and the blessed will thrive. Who will come out on the other side the victor? And who will be moving on to the final time slot to try their luck again? We'll find out soon as we get ready to watch the penultimate time slot of the iRacing IMSA Vintage Series Road America 500, and you'll see it all live here on the Global SimRacing Channel. Hi, I'm Adam Lindgren, and with me in the booth, as always, is Craig King. Our director is Daniel Costello, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Rather, our directors are both Christian Deploy and Daniel Costello. Now, long host to this amazing race is Road America, and it provides plenty of places to pass, but also many unique challenges. To learn more about this legendary track, let's take you down to our GSRC track guide.
Welcome to Road America. Nicknamed America's National Park of Speed, it's easy to see why just by looking at how the track is laid out. Long straights are a major feature, and drivers will build up incredible momentum before they find themselves interrupted by tight 90-degree corners. In fact, for a 4-mile circuit, it has shockingly few turns. It also has little in the way of variation in layouts. The main course is only broken up once with a single chicane added in the bend version. But don't take this to mean that it's a boring track. Elevation change happens many times over a lap, with a few places taking you into corners which are quite blind. But two of the turns on the back half of the course are perhaps the most distinctive. One is the carousel with its more than 180-degree radius. It just feels like it never stops. The other is the kink. Terrifyingly fast with very little runoff, it can end someone's race in a flash. As you'd expect, the heavy braking zones make for some ideal overtaking spots. Turn 5 sees plenty with its downhill entry. The hurried downs can offer drivers a chance at a sneak attack if you're brave, and then Canada Corner gives you one last shot before the lap is over. It's no wonder major organizations such as IMSA, IndyCar, NASCAR, and the SCCA all host major races here. All in all, many drivers rate this track as the best track in North America. Many who hop in the seat and try it can quickly understand why.
Well, Craig, this is one of the most amazing road courses in America. Talk to us a little bit more about how the IMSA Vintage cars will handle it today.
I love this track. I love this track, and a lot of people love this track due to, well, straight there at the bottom, the Road America straight, because this is the track with a lot of straights that just line up for a lot of chances for overtake and a lot of moves. Those GTPs are going to be loving the high-speed sections here, but a lot of slow stuff. Turn 5, want to be careful not to get a slowdown there trying to open up the corner too much. Some of the drivers having issues at turn 6 as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how those GTPs keep that downforce going and just use that to their advantage. But for the GTOs, they've not got any downforce. They're going to be hating corners like 9 and 10 into the carousel. Try to keep the speed up for the kink at 7 and the kink at 11. And then we get to those famous 3 final corners, Canada, Bill Mitchell, and turn 14. 3 of the toughest corners on the track, which can provide a lot of issues for multiclass, which we'll probably get to a lot of time to talk about multiclass around here, Adam. I think the key terminology that we can say is, as we always say, GTOs have to track out. And please, 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 everybody, don't send it at the kink.
Absolutely. This is not a points race for the IMSA Vintage broadcast series, so we're not going to go through the points today, but we will take you through the race details. It is 500 miles here for the Road America 500, and it is 124 laps for the lead Nissan. It's open setups for these vehicles, so they can set the car however they like or dislike, and they have no spare vehicle. At 50 incidents, they get a drive-through, and then every 20 incidents after, they also get a drive-through penalty. So it's going to be a lot of drivers who are going to be trying to stay on the track, and we're expecting that the penalties will start coming right around the halfway mark through this race. But Craig, we're just about to wrap up our practice session here and dive into qualifying. It's got to be you and I for the full duration of this race. What are your thoughts as we head into the qualifying hour?
It's actually going to be quite interesting because I'm taking a look. A lot of teams, solo drivers. A lot of teams, they've got 2 drivers. I did see a team with 4 drivers. I got to double check my maths there. So it's going to be interesting to see how some of these drivers take this on. I know some of these drivers are actually also doubling up. Some of them, like Sean Campbell, like Emil Burnsoff, they've just done a Road America 500. They're going to do another one back to back. So if you thought doing 4 hours was tough, think about doing 8 hours for some of these drivers, or even more, 12 for some of them, as I know some of these drivers did one of the early time slots. This is what people love driving. It's such an easy track in terms of getting to understand this car. It's an easy track to learn. This is the perfect recipe to get people in to these amazing IMSA Vintage machines.
And not only is it an easy track to understand, but it's also an easy track to get introduced to the idea of multi-class with these machines. Almost every corner, there is some way for the Nissan GTP to get by. There are a few exceptions, but this is a great opportunity for these drivers to get going. We're taking a look at Sean Langdon, who's diving through the corner after just the little bit of downhill down into the left-hander under the bridge. And now we're taking it through the next section of the course. These GTPs, it takes them a couple laps to get their tires up to temperature. So especially with the cloud cover we've had all weekend here, I would expect that the second lap is definitely going to be the fastest for both cars.
Yeah, it's currently 10:56 sim time, 23 Celsius, 74 Fahrenheit. That is the track temperature. Come around Canada corner up to this Bill Mitchell bend. A lot of incidents can happen here if you just take it a little bit too lax. And then hard here. Try to keep the speed up, but not take too much speed around turn 14 to get up the hill. This is going to be interesting for the start of the race coming up this hill. Love seeing it. On board we go. Listen to the pops. Listen to the bangs. And when he gets on the brakes, you're going to love this when they come to turn 1. Pascal 6 in hard for turn 1. Gets it nicely into the apex. Keeping it off the run fantastically. Here's turn 2. Here's turn 3. Give a nice little late braking. Keep that car rotated. Keep it going. The advantage these GTPs have, Adam, they're able to keep that pace down through those medium speed corners and those late apex corners just to set them up for this at turn 5.
Absolutely. Pascal is third on track behind Nick McConos and Javier Soto. They're individual qualifying sessions for these drivers, so they have the track all to themselves to set the qualifying time. They only have 2 laps to set a qualifying time and have to do that within 8 minutes. That is the standard fare for IMSA Vintage in most tracks that are not super long, so that is why the format is what it is today. Pascal diving into the left-hander. Have to be careful not to get too far out there and drag gravel onto the track that can hurt you on your next lap around. Through the carousel he goes, and he's holding tight to that white line. Just a little bit of a missed apex there on the curb means he's going to carry just a couple miles an hour. Too little speed through the kink. The kink could be a dangerous spot. You think it looks flat and nice and easy. Wait until you get to the multi-class traffic here. And now through the left-hand corner here into Canada corner, hard on the brakes, right hand across the curbs into that gravel there on the edge just a little bit, just clipping the outside edge, and then it's a left and a right through Bill Mitchell bend and turn 14 to finish out this lap. The GTP, such a fast car. It looks like Pascal has a little bit of time left to find, not quite on the edge yet.
Not on the edge yet, but I think he'll be complacent with this first time. He'll be the first one to set a respective lap time in qualifying, and look at that, it's a 45.112. Haven't done my stats here to try and work out what space we've got around, but that is a very quick time. Some drivers may be trying to dip into the 44s, but this is Johan Van Hicks, and you can see we've got the team names up on the overlay today, and we've got live timing, which you can just find in the YouTube chat as he comes by. The difference you'll see now in these GTOs, look at the pace difference as Van Hicks comes around. Not having to carry all that speed, it's just a nice slow run. A little bit of lifting to get that nose pointed through the kink at 7, and then hard onto the brakes and turn it as you can. The difference between these cars, this is the car you really need to utilize that clutch. With the GTP, it's a straight cut gearbox. You can just slam those gears in, which does allow drivers that like to use the flappy paddles, me, a little bit of help there. But if you're like Adam and you really love the immersion with the GTOs, you ride an H pattern and look at the braking for the kink. That is the big difference.
Now, we don't yet have gearbox wear modeled in iRacing, so you still can slam the gears in just by lifting the clutch and just dropping the gear in and then putting the clutch back in. And it's just fantastic work for all of these drivers to just get the clutch working. The Audi clutch is one of the most challenging on the service, and got a little bit more challenging a couple of seasons ago when they made some adjustments to how the clutch worked. And the drivers, you will see misshifts here today. It's fairly normal to see at least one or two over the course of a race in the top split of the IMSA Vintage series. Joran van Hik's going to cross the line and set his first representative lap time. Current provisional pole sitter is Billy Rolla. Joran van Hik's only 8th right now.
Looking at Sean Langton here in the number 31 Orange Speed Endurances, as he is pushing on the final corner, kicking up a lot of grass. That's something we'll see today as well. The new debris model really going to be tested today. A lot of dirt is going to be thrown up in some of those places. Real good time there, not setting it puts him into 5th, which is handy. And this is the car we're not used to seeing, the number 2 car. Hayden Brownlee driving it for the FART Endurance. Not a driver we're used to seeing, but he is really just showing the fun of this, because you're not going to see, if you're used to seeing the IMSA Vintage races on a Saturday afternoon, you're not going to see a lot of the regulars. Some of them are regulars. Some of these are drivers that have picked these cars up for the weekend. And it's really nice to see this new list of drivers just coming in and really giving it a go and enjoying these cars as he goes hard into Canada corner.
Unfortunately, I can report that Sean Campbell, all of his settings reset jumping into the sim, so he might not make the start today, unfortunately. So that might be one of our drivers in this split already out. Noah Lundberg taking 2 stabs at the entry into Bill Mitchell Bend and now into turn 14 to try and set a better lap time. Mickey Friesen up to P2, and Billy Rolla takes provisional pole position away with a 204.578. That's almost half a second faster than the next fastest driver. Noah Lundberg crosses the line with a 206.6, or 205.04, so a good time, but still half a second off of Billy Rolla.
Amazing to see some of these drivers. Joran van Hicks, we don't expect to see a driver down here. He's currently leading the IMSA Vintage Championship on a Saturday afternoon, currently leading that way, and you see at 11th, not exactly where he wants to be, but you know that he's going to put on a good lap to finish this off. He'll come across the line. It'll be it's not quicker. It's not quicker. That is a surprise there for Van Hicks. Not the best time for him. And here's the man everyone loves to see. We've got a few streamers, a few big-name streamers in here today. Tyson Meyer, who has said, and this is true, Adam, this is the most practice he has ever given before a race. Literally spent the whole 90 minutes practicing.
And it's definitely a car that you can't just hop in and drive effectively. You do have to practice. It is very much a challenge to get speed out of this vehicle. But once you know how to get speed out of it, it can be an amazingly fun vehicle to drive. And it's also one of the best vehicles as far as side-by-side battles. We have seen battles last an entire lap around this track. Craig, you and I have commentated it. Joe and I have commentated it before. It's not an unheard of occurrence, but at the Road America 500, I'd be surprised if that happens today. But let's take you down to our grid for this race. And it is going to be Core Sim Racing who is going to take provisional pole position, with Team Pedro Valencia taking P2. Nexus Esports going to line up behind Core Sim Racing, with Death Grip Racing and Nick McConos lined up on row 2 behind Pedro Valencia. That's Orange Speed Endurance SRT lined up on row 3 next to Pushrod Racing, with Toyota Minolta and Justice for Racing Juice lined up on row 4. 9th and 10th goes to Rising Panda Racing and SRP Silver Team Racing. That's simracingpro.com. Then we have FA Racing lined up on row 6 with WR Brazil next to them. JO Motorsports in 13th with Jens Brothers Competition 2 in 14th position. Pushrod Racing Orange in 15th with Roar Esports lined up on row 8 next to them. FRC Esports 164 in 17th position with Beaned It Motorsport next to them in 18th. 19th and 20th goes to Team John Schwartz, and then DG Racing 73 with ADTG Racing lined up in 21st, and FRC Esports 00 lined up next to them. It's going to be California Racing and Fast by Sergio on row 12, with PAX Works Esports 115 on row 13, and Tech Sport Academy Black in 26th position. Yeet Esports is going to line up in 27th position, with World of Sim Racing Team SE lined up in 28th spot as the last team to set a qualifying time. Then we have Grid and Go Esport number 70, Questionable Nissan Loot Crate, and Team Amber Gamba, who did not set qualifying times in this race for your 28, I believe, Nissans out there today.
It's going to be 28 because Sean Campbell's just reported everything is broken. We'll get to the GTOs though because Glacier Racing, pole position today. Willy Roller is in that car to start the race, and then it's Brain Freeze in second with Mickey Friesen leading the way. Then Noah Lundberg will be third. No surprise who that is, with FART Endurance in fourth. Then it's Femboy Furryland Residence in fifth, with Compu Globa Hyper Magan in sixth. Battery Park Motorsport will be seventh with Team Lucas Gregorius. He will be in eighth. Panda Express will be ninth with Pipo Can't Turn Racing in 10th. And just one more page, all the GTOs did set a qualifying time as they start to go. The GTP Hunter, he'll be in 11th with ND Solo in 12th. Whiskins Racing, intoxicated by iTelemetry, will be 13th with Transatlantic Sim Racing Gold in 14th. By Spice Berry Baby, that's Tyson Meyer in 15th. Cronus Sim Racers Endurance will be 16th. Naze will take 17th, and Connection Lost Racing, well, he's not lost. He's 18th for your 18 GTOs and officially 32 GTPs.
Yeah, so more likely 31. So that's 49 cars going to take the start here in this top split of the fourth time slot for the Road America 500. This is where a lot of the IMSA Vintage regulars have decided to come in. We have a lot of familiar names around. Not a lot of them teamed up with each other, though, which is an interesting choice. And a lot of drivers, as you said, Craig, about half the field, just over half the field, as single car drivers for this 500-mile race today.
Yeah, I'm just like I said, I've been doing my little stats here, just getting myself all prepared for the race. And there's a lot of drivers out there today that decide they want to do it. And again, just a shout out, Sean Campbell just came out of a podium performance in the top split of the main broadcast time slot, was going to do today. He isn't. So that's one driver not doing the back-to-back. Emil Burnsoff, remember I was saying that? Well, he just did it in a GTO. Now he's in a GTP. That's going to be interesting. But one thing, I don't know if you saw on the timing tower here, Adam, and I've just picked it up. Justice for Racing, Rising Panda, SRP Silver Team. Well, they've done an F1 in 97, haven't they? All three of them with the exact same time.
Yeah, all three of them at the exact same time, so they're all starting around each other at the bottom of the top 10 for the Nissans. Very fascinating qualifying going on. It's one of the tighter separations. I don't think we've ever had three cars with the exact same time before, so that's quite a surprise. Lots of drivers out here today, lots of teams, lots of folks who are going to be trying to feel it out. We have about half the field are series regulars for the IMSA Vintage broadcast series on Saturday afternoons. And then the rest are just really good drivers who have come out for time split number 4 here. As you can see, the iRacing pace car taking the GTPs down the back winding straight.
This is where a lot of moves will be had later in the race. But again, this is the fuel economy race. I know some people were saying, oh, I don't want to do the fuel economy. I know, but this is the madness of endurance racing. And with the fact that you take tires at the same time as fuel in these cars, you kind of need to do that, because if you don't get that fuel down, it will be a splash and dash to the line if you just go lead to the floor. So some of these drivers will be using this slipstream to their advantage. Normally with these straights, you get to see the guys and girls do a lot of crisscrossing, Adam, and trying to change positions. Don't think we'll be seeing that today. I think we'll be seeing a bit of lift and coast out there.
Absolutely, and the tires get done well before the fuel, at least with the GTPs, so it's definitely going to be something that they're going to have to take into consideration. The safety car is about to pull off and release Pascal Stix of the Core Sim Racing number 80 machine to lead the field to the line. Pascal can go whenever he wants now. There's no restart zone requirements, so Pascal waiting all the way almost to the line, takes a short jump, and is going to beat Pedro Valencia and Alex Chillicutt off the line, but they're still side by side and picking up the draft from Pascal. Pascal's going to have to defend one line. He chooses the racing line, and that's going to be Valencia and Chillicutt, and then it's Mekanos and Grau. It looks like the GTP's relatively clean except for Wunya Hoinma in the background and Brett Gardner.
Yeah, and the GTOs, well, they got a bit of an early start there. Now allowed no Lumbo to get past the brain freeze. So it's all pretty single file in the GTOs. As you saw, here they come. Just one driver, just one GTP who had an off there. So with these cold tires, a lot of debris down on the floor. In the background, you see the 302 side by side with the 69. And Doug Cloud tried to get around the inside of Stromham, who had a really good start. Not getting it there. Looking at Hayden Bradley at the moment, currently 4. He's looking up ahead to a two-car battle between the number 2 Hayden Bramley and Mickey Friesen. Mickey gives it up. Mickey being very safe out there, deciding it's not worth it. And there goes another overtake with Bramley straight up to P2.
GTP still keeping it fairly clean at the front of the field as the GTOs continue to battle it out here. It's a very good, clean start. We do have the 27 stranded on track. That's the World of Sim Racing Team SE2 of Danny Fonte, who's going to rejoin in and amongst the GTOs. There you see Fonte joining up right now. Going to split between 7th and 8th positions right now as Danny rejoins the field. Up at the front of the GTP is about a second gap right now between Pascal and Pedro Valencia. Pascal set a blistering qualifying time out there, and definitely has the time over Pedro Valencia. So as far as one lap pace, but one lap pace doesn't mean that much when it comes to a 500-mile race.
You don't need to look at the pace right here, and with the lack of the GT drivers out there today, half field really, 32.18 overall. So you're not going to be using the traffic to really get some time. We're looking at Danny just having a little bit of an issue get through the traffic, as this is a Honma for fast by Sergio, just tapped there. I wonder if that was a case of a driver either going a bit too fast, not realizing, or a misshift there right away from Juna. Another car just going off as well. I wonder if that was on the braking. You do get that on the start of these races at Road America, no matter what the series is, because some of the drivers do just have a little bit of a moment where they can't see the braking points, because your braking references are on the left. If you try to overtake, you kind of got to look there. So a little bit tough as we got Stronheim. You did see that Hayden Bramley takes the lead straight away. I wonder if that's Hayden going for the power move and not going for the fuel saving. And some of these cars really looking at fuel saving today. As you see, once again, Lucas Stronheim trying to go around the outside of another car. Not possible. Christopher Lesniak missed the start. He's now a lap down. He's right behind all these drivers saying, excuse me, he needs the ambulance lights on to try and let them know he's going by, but they're 2 by 2 by 2.
Absolutely. That's Doug Cloud up in front of this pack. Then it's Strollheim, as you said, who's battling with Harry Fox. Lucas Gregorius is right ahead of Joran Van Hicks. This pack all battling right down there for the 7th position in the GTOs. As you said, Hayden Bramley up to 0.8 of a lead over Villi Rolla, who I believe is definitely trying to do a little bit of fuel saving right now. Pascal Stix, 1.5 seconds ahead of Pedro Valencia at the front of the field in the GTPs. Everyone's trying to settle in, but the GTOs haven't had an opportunity because they've got Christoph Lesniak trying to snake his way through. These GTOs really aren't going to have a lot of time to rest over the course of this race. They're going to have a couple of GTPs cutting their way through the field throughout this race ever since the very beginning.
You know, I'm just wondering as well if this is also a case of how some of the drivers may have had to just get caught off a little bit by issues happening. And in fact, Lesniak has pulled over again. Lesniak just blown the engine trying to get by everybody. So that's another car gone. If we go back to the GTPs, this is Lutzu for the Justice for Racing, one of those cars that had that identical qualifying time. Just now trying to set himself. He's got Ferengrout ahead of him. Driver who's always tough to get by, but again, you're not looking to get by drivers right away. You're looking to settle into a rhythm, and you probably look for overtakes early doors when it comes to usually the first round of traffic, and they've got another 2, maybe 3 laps, being it's a smaller GTO field today, just to try and do this. But here we go again. Stronheim again getting by, and it feels like these drivers might be in it for the long haul. They might be working together here. Don't need to battle too hard because they'll start to lose a bit of time, but fuel saving together and then working together might help them just catch up to that pack, because that looks like a 1.5 second gap to the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's Joran Van Hicks who's in that pack, and he definitely has the pace on these two, but can't really do anything with it. Here is what happened to Danny Fonte. Just gets a little bit of a punt from the back, for off the nose of one of the other GTPs. The hitbox for the GTP wing actually is a little bit further back from where the wing end plate is, and that can be a real challenge for drivers who are not used to it to adjust to. It's not quite as graphically represented. There you see Lucas Gregorius retaining position on Joran Van Hicks, who's trying to find his way by, but just can't get by with the draft train they've got going on right now.
No, and this is where it gets a little bit hard for them, because now you don't really want to be making so many fast, aggressive moves at the moment. Look at that queue. The back half of this GTO field right away has settled into a gap, and really when you look at it, the front half of the GTO field stands, well, yeah, the front half of the GTO field are all together. The back half are basically all together. You've got two groups right now. Let's go early doors. He goes for a move here onto Gregorius, Adam. Let's go and do it like I always like to say when it comes to long races. It's a peloton in Grand Tour cycling. You've got your breakaway group and you've got your peloton right now. This feels like the peloton trying to just stay back a little bit. They don't want that lead group to get too far ahead. But if the number 2 has really pushed on early, maybe that's a little bit of a blessing for these drivers, because I look at some of these drivers may be looking at that fuel saving. When you look at who's in that pack, Van Hicks, Jack Wells, you know, some of those drivers really understand the fuel situation in the GTO. They might be looking for some fuel saving.
Yes, but the issue is that if they're not doing enough fuel saving, then unlike a road bike race, the peloton is not the fastest and the strongest riders out there. It tends to be the drivers at the front who have the most advantage, especially when it comes to the multi-class, which we're going to be hitting just about in one lap's time. Our leader, Pascal Stix, for Global SimRacing number 80, just crossed the line and set the fastest lap in the GTPs. Oh, Joran Van Hicks just got into the back of Luca Strollheim, who made a block all the way across the track as we're watching GM Lutzu try and hold on to this position from Alex Chilcutt.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Gandhi can hold this at the moment. Just looking to see what he needs to do right now. And it's just start pushing. But again, let's look at some of these names that's right behind him. And there's a small field behind him. Farron Grau in the 1-2-2. Sean Langton, Fabian Jumluff, Ryan Ware, Seamus Power. All these drivers are regulars. Now, they know that they have to go for a little bit of fuel saving. They also know they want to try and push on ahead. So we could be looking early doors at a cork in the bottle situation here. Gianni, I'm not saying he's slow.
Oh.
It's just more the fact, look at the drivers behind him. They want to be making a move.
We have a crash with Chris Schmitz and Danny Fonte. Fonte involved, not Fonte, that's Hamilton Barrera Ruiz who is involved this time around in the 00 machine. And that's the FR Esports 00, as well as the California Racing of Chris Schmitz, who got involved in that one. They've fallen off the back of the pack. Let's take a look at what happened here between Ruiz and Schmitz. This is Ruiz coming down to the corner all by himself. Oh, he turned in just too hot. A little bit too much rearward brake bias and gets collected there by Schmitz.
Giving credit, he locked the car down. However, the problem with that is he locked it down on what is basically the exit apex there for some of these cars. So unable to do a lot here. Van Hicks trying to get past some of these drivers to get past Gregorius. Yeah, finally gets it by there. A little bit slower. Gregorius tried to start turning in a bit too early. Again, that kind of has that feel of a modern day GT car and so, some of that driving where, yeah, you would be expecting the car to turn in. This is an all-wheel drive car. You kind of have to wait for that understeer to kick in. So that's why you don't see a lot of side-by-side. You don't see a lot of sending. What you see right now, you see the leaders coming up. This is going to be crucial because I talked about that, how a GT car isn't like an old GTO car. Same with his. If you're used to multi-class driving around Road America in modern-day IMSA cars, throw it out the window, get a pen and paper, and start again. Because these are going to be different ways to experience multi-class racing, as you see with Pascal having to get right on the back there. They cannot make the moves that a modern-day GTP can do.
Absolutely. The only downforce that the Audis have is that gigantic rear wing. So they are absolutely understeer machines. So they're going to take the racing line no matter where you put your car as a GTP. Take a look at this. Seamus Power trying to cling to the back right now of Ryan Ware. That's Ryan Ware, the Rising Panda Racing Machine with JO Motorsports. Seamus Power tucked in behind. They're having to go around the outside of the Audis through the carousel, and then the racing line switches. There you see the Audi taking the racing line. The Nissans essentially just have moving blockades that they're trying to deal with here. We're looking on the outboard and the onboard. On board with Seamus Power. Seamus is going to make a move to the inside of Canada corner. The question is Ryan going to fight it? The answer is no. Ryan backs out. This is a long race, running on lap 6 of 124. Long way to go.
Well, strapped in is a long way to go, and now you're just seeing more. And it's nice to actually see I got to give a heads up here to Christian. There is on the picture-in-picture is the outboard. There is the cockpit. We're seeing really a really good indication of how the multi-class works around here, because you're having to see what the driver has to do, and you're having to see how the driver reacts. The flash of the headlights, the moving, the understanding where the GTOs are going. He's going to take a really late send here onto Tyson Meyer. Quaggatide really used to those, so he's kind of expecting that. Real good work here from Chambers up the order to really start to work. A former winner in the IMSA Vintage, almost a former champion. He came runner-up one season. Really got an understanding of how these cars drive, and now he's right on the back of Fabian Youngblood. He's got Ryan Brea right behind him. Try and say that 5 times. He's doing really well to catch up here, and that is the ebb and flow of multi-class. And even with 18 GTOs, it's amazing how much that has made an impact already.
That may have seemed like a deep dive on Quirk or Tyson Meyer, but actually that was right about the limit of when you want to make that dive as the GTPs, because that actually didn't take away the apex from the GTO too much, as we're watching Maximilian Meyer and Edino Salvia Corella get into a battle. Oh, Farron Grau's gone around, and he's on the racing line. He wisely reverses off the track to make sure he doesn't get in the way of the rest of the track. That is absolutely a veteran move there from Farron.
I don't normally like the reversing or the reversing on a live active track, but he understood where he was. I think he's actually racing with someone today, and he is. He's on his own. He's got no spotter, but he understood where he was in terms of the car. So he was able to do it, and this is chaotic right here. This is the chaos that we're used to. As we usually say, this is IMSA Vintage. It's just absolute carnage in the fact of you're looking at traffic as Tom Lennox Brown goes a little bit too aggressive there to try and make that move around the outside. Can't make it stick. He might even get into again with another late move. He's a little bit flustered right now, and this is one of the things you can't be early doors in an endurance race. There's still 4 hours to go. You don't need to start looking at trying to be aggressive with your defending this early. If Javier Soto's faster than you, just let Javier go by.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to find his place on track and missed his braking point just a little bit into 14 and was trying to avoid getting into the Audi, but managed to stay out of them. So you can see the GTP mid-pack coming through the GTO leaders right now, not separating them much more than they were before. Hayden Bramley only has a half-second lead over Villy Rolla. Villy Rolla in that Glacier Racing machine, as you can see just now, the orange car settling in behind. And it is Tom Lennox Brown in that Texaco machine who's going by our leader, well, trying to go by our leader, Hayden Bramley, in that tic-tac machine. Yes, it is a tic-tac machine. I was correct about that. Oh, Tom Lennox Brown too deep into the corner. Gonna now come and recover.
Did he take a bit too much speed or no? He clipped the grass turning in. Yeah, he tried to open up the corner too much, and he was riding the grass. Put some dirt onto that grass, and we'll just see what happened to Farron Grau here. I wonder if he did a similar thing here. No, this was just too much speed. Yeah, too much speed. Didn't even lose a bump there, trying to hit the inside curb there, and that is the scariest moment in racing. Then he realized the situation. Again, I'm not a huge fan of that reversing, Adam, but he made it work because he understood the situation.
Yeah, usually, I mean, yeah, I don't think that's necessarily the wisest thing, but at the same time, he was in the middle of the track, and I've seen too many incidents where people are unsighted coming through there. Here is a nice opportunity for Gianni Luzzi, who's trying to get past Chillica. This battle's been going on since the drop of the green flag. They've dropped 2.5 seconds to Nick Makanos up ahead. Chillica was right behind Makanos before they hit the traffic, but that Nexus Esports machine not being able to cut through the traffic as well as the experienced Death Grip Racing machine of Nick Makanos.
And we've been through the traffic. Already, we've gone through the traffic, which to me is mind-boggling. But then again, 32 GTPs, 18 GTOs, and basically what's in every split on this time slot. You kind of expect to see it, but it's really going to make the battle interesting as we watch this battle. Gregorius trying to fight on that number 19, getting by Nathan Dowd in the number 7 in the ND solo. Nathan, that is what the ND stands for. He's trying to, again, do this solo. He's already got some wing damage, has that number 7. And that brings me to an interesting point, Adam. This wing damage, it will hurt him now. but it will only be about 20 seconds in the pits to get that fixed. Not a lot of time to worry about there. It's not like he's destroyed a suspension or something. He's still okay, even with that down top speed.
Here's Joran Van Hicks, who's gotten past Luca Strolin and is now caught up to the back of Andreas Schuster. He's got Schuster, Doug Cloud, and Ian Brassfield, as well as Mickey Friesen, Noah Lundberg, and Willy Roll up ahead of him. All of those drivers are series regulars, except for Hayden Bramley up ahead. It looks like Mickey Friesen's had a problem. He's possibly had a misshift and just dragging the rest of the field back to him, so it's now a 5-car battle. Line astern here up to Brassfield, who's 5.5 seconds back on Noah Lundberg. So this is all the battle for fourth that you're looking on board with Joran Van Hicks.
Yeah, Van Hicks. Sorry, it was Friesen. A little bit too hot on the throttle on turn 8. Lost the car, went off. So that was what happened to Mickey. The hold on. Mickey had a really good drive last night in one of the races. Alex Chilcott here trying to get by for Nexus Sport, and you see that 420 right behind us. Alex, they were a bit too hot. He gets it locked down. That's impressive, because that was a date with the tire barrier, not something you want to be seeing. So real good time locking that down. We get back to this 5-car train. Brassfield, Cloud, Friesen, Schuster, Van Hicks. It is all the regulars, basically. Sam Brassfield, who we haven't seen for a while, but it used to be a regular. This is really good to see. They might be 7 seconds off the pace. I reckon that's fine, though. 7 seconds, you add that to those extra pit stops. I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue.
No, I don't think so either. I think these drivers are, especially the drivers tucked in behind Brassfield, they're all going for that pit strategy. Now, that being said, they are losing about 7/10 a lap to the leaders. They can't get too far behind for this pit strategy to work. So if Brassfield is too slow, then Doug's going to have to try and make a pass on Brassfield. It sure doesn't look like anyone's interested right now. They're just going to ride this out and see what happens on that first pit stop.
There's Mickey Friesen. There is the driver with the webcam. That do know, if you're one of the drivers, or if you know one of the drivers, they can always provide their cameras. Well, can't if they're solo driving. They can't really stop to turn on the webcam settings for us to show them on the broadcast. But if you've got a driver who's not there, by all means, get them in. Mickey, one of the regulars and one of the guys that everyone loves to see on broadcast. He just continues on. Now, he's not covering his face for a reason. Of course, that is his microphone for his own stream. I personally, myself, if I'm going to be doing streaming, I wouldn't want a microphone shoved right in my face. But where else are you going to put a microphone when it comes to racing and streaming? It kind of gives me that Mike Hawthorne. Was it Mike Hawthorne, the iconic Jaguar lap of Le Mans in the black and white, where we just had the massive microphone on and a camera right on the hood? I think it was Hawthorne. Someone might correct me with that, but it gives me that vibe right now.
Well, with the money they spent on that microphone, I'd just get a really nice, broadcast quality headset to use if I wanted high quality audio. That way I could turn my head. But I just feel like I would personally feel a little squished in that setup, like I couldn't move. But, I guess you're simulating what it's like to be strapped into the Hans device in a way.
I mean, to be fair, like you talk about the Hans device, also there's Doug Cloud as well. Another setup. It's a similar setup. It's a round wheel. It's the brake and throttle and the clutch. It's an H pattern. Just to give you an idea of what some of these drivers do, is he's right there almost getting into the back of Brassfield. He's got his lucky bandana on. He's got his Audi GTO shirt on. It's a normal Saturday for Doug. He loves this. I don't know if he's got the iconic now Zamboni quote on his car. He does not. I'm going to have some words with him about that, because he had a bit of fun with that when I had my slip of the tongue a couple months ago. But yeah, he really does enjoy that. And there you go. By the way, I did see it was Mike Hawthorne, 1956 Le Mans in a Jaguar, and it was just a camera right behind him, and then they just slapped one of those microphones, like you were saying, Adam.
Absolutely. Doug Cloud currently tucked in behind Ian Brassfield in this battle for fourth position. Well, I say it's a battle. It's a train for fourth position. I don't think there's a lot of battling going on here, as Brassfield not losing that much time over the last couple of laps, still holding strong at about 6.5 back to from Willy Rolla, who has lost third position to Noah Lundberg. Now, I say lost, but we know how quick Billy Rolla's pace is. So my guess is that he is fuel saving and Lundberg is not at this stage.
One of the things that I might have to just get on board, because one of those that you can actually tell when a driver is fuel saving, because you can hear it. You can't clutch in these cars. Or you can, but you're not going to get a lot out of it with clutching. So you'll hear the drivers either brake earlier or they'll take a little bit of the throttle off. As you see Van Hicks again. This is the main battle, the main pack, as the GTPs at the front are kind of spread out a little bit here. Top 5 are all spread out with 5th and 6th, the closest battle in the GTPs. So this is the GTO battle. It's basically, well, I mean, it's a third of the field, which is still good because this just goes to show that a lot of these drivers are doing the same strategy and working together. And if you're Van Hicks at the back of this, on one hand, that's a good thing. On the other hand, one mistake, you're off that train, and you're gonna kind of hope that your hard pace driving is better than your fuel saving driving. But a change for the lead in the GTOs, as Bramley has lost 2 positions coming down to turn 5.
Now this one was interesting because I was watching this happen and Bramley actually hit the brakes on the straight. So he realized that he's not good. He needs to be fuel saving in order to maximize his time. So he's chosen to fall in behind Lundberg and Ruola now and do a little bit of fuel saving himself. So strategy plays at the front of the GTOs. Front of the GTOs is Noah Lundberg in the Noah Lundberg B20 machine. Glacier Racing with Billy Rolla behind the wheel in number 42. And then FART Endurance with Hayden Bramley in the number 2 machine there. And then we have Femboy Furryland Residence with Ian Brassfield and Battery Pack Motorsports, the top, with Doug Cloud, the top 5 in the GTOs. Up at the front of the GTPs, Pascal Stix continues to set fastest laps in the Core Sim Racing number 80 machine. He's currently 4.5 seconds ahead of Pedro Valencia in the number 1. And then Nick Makanos is solo driving the Death Grip Racing number 50. And then Gianni M. Lutsu with the Justice for Racing Juice, one of those 3 cars that had the same exact qualifying time, followed by Nexus Esports with Alex Chillicott in the number 6, rounding out the top 5 in the GTPs. As we continue to watch our leaders in the GTOs, Lundberg, Rolla, and Bramley, as they have our leader in the GTPs going by, that's Pascal Stix, crossing the stripe.
Yep. Missed that. The GTP's coming through once again. As Hayden has realized what he's got to do. Lutsu is just coming by. This is going to be interesting because it is so tough to make this work. He's going to have to try. That's late braking. He's going to break everything up here, and that's going to allow Brassfield to get a small breather down the straight. And look at that, but he's actually still looking for a move. The hard racing here from Lutsu, trying to battle on with Nick Makanos, who does have a few wins to his name on the IMSA Vintage broadcast. And that's going to be a lot of stats we'll be talking about later on. But he's got to go to the outside. Not exactly a place you can make a move, and it's just going to be the over-under. But I think as well, that's a little bit of saving the space, not trying to get into each other. He still keeps looking, and he gets really close up. He's battling hard. And again, do you want to be battling hard this early is the question. Because there is a nice gaggle of 3 cars right ahead of them that could just put a spanner in the works.
Yeah, and this is exactly my question too. Is this something you want to be battling? But I think Nick Makanos is worried that if he drops behind Lutsu, they're going to lose a lot of time through the traffic due to Lutsu's inexperience with the traffic that is showing a little bit, because he tends to lose a little bit of time in the thick of the traffic. Now, granted, the GTOs are relatively separated at this stage in the race, but here's Lutsu going to try and make a move towards the outside. Nick Makanos, center of the road, dissuades Lutsu from taking that dive. Lots of gravel now on the exit curb for Canada Corner. That's going to start to affect drivers' grip through the rest of the bend here and then into turn 14. So drivers are going to have to start being cautious, especially the GTPs, when it comes to the exit of Canada Corner.
It's going to be interesting on that first lap as well when they come out of the pits. We'll look at that as well, because the colder tires on this track that is starting to warm up, 24 Celsius, 76 Fahrenheit. It's going to get warmer even though it's overcast conditions. It will be interesting to see what happens later in the race. So keep an eye out when those drivers come out on for the new tires. as we see Andrew Brown for the Push Rod Racing 96 looking to try and get by. He's got Mickey Friesen and Doug Cloud right there. They've been a little bit spread up there, and look at the spread going on. Late braking for Daniel Gomez, almost hit the Bradfield, and does. In the background there, we just saw it, and that's unfortunate. Still keeps on driving, and this is one of those things that they're trying to catch up. And again, the question is, why be so aggressive here at the moment? If you're Emil Burnzop, you've got the pace. You're a former GP3 winner, for crying out loud. You've got the pace, but if you don't have that, there's going to be opportunities on this track later in the lap to make the moves. Some of those points of sending there, Adam, a little bit questionable even in a sprint race.
Absolutely. It's one of those things where patience absolutely pays off in a long format race like this. In the sprint race, taking a little bit more risk here and there can really open up the door for you as an opportunity. And we're taking a look at Lutzu making a late dive around Nick Makanos. Nick finally deciding to let Lutzu go. Lutzu's got better single lap pace, but through the traffic, Nick Makanos has been more efficient. Now, both of them are free and clear of the traffic for the next little bit, so it makes sense for Nick to let him by. Looks like Tom Lennox Brown has gone around in the GTPs, so this was through the kink, just now recovering. And look at this, Andrew Brown currently leading, currently in the middle of this pack, with Adino Salvio Correa in the WR Brazil machine leading this pack of about 5 cars from 12th position on down to 16th as they go onto this front straightaway.
Yeah, and look what you've got there. You've got Correa, you've got Andrew Brown, you've got Daniel Gomez, you've got Emil Burnzol, you've got Monteiro, you've got Javier Soto. You've got a very, very spread list of drivers there from all nationalities, and it's going to be interesting to see who blinks first, because we know Burnzol, he's going to be driving hard. He didn't set a qualifying time. He was finishing up his last race in the GTOs. So now in the GTPs, he's got a lot of work to do. Billy Roller has got a lot of work to do. He's stuck in the middle here, and I think he's happy being stuck in the middle. We're just seeing Amber Downbow trying to battle on the Push Rod Racing 122, who's not had a good start to the race. Amber's up 13 positions, but this is Billy Roller, who started on the pole position, and he's just tucked in behind Noah Lundberg. It's great to see Roller back, I've got to say, Adam. He had raced a couple times earlier in the season, but now he's back for the Road America 500. Even if he's not back for the rest of the season, it's just always nice to see an old name come back to the series.
Absolutely. And it's been good to see Rolla racing throughout the weekends recently here on the IMSA Vintage Saturday Broadcast Championship. Rolla's been putting in some consistent work, and so it's been great to see Rolla just in a good position, battling up there at the front again. It's very reminiscent of the old days. Oh, we have a spin in the GTPs, and that's collected Andres Schuster as well. So this is a rough moment for Schuster. Oh, and even more contact there as they're trying to recover the cars. And this was Tom Lennox Brown, who took it too deep into the left-hander, got up tucked in behind one of the other GTOs, and ended up spinning out ahead of Schuster. Schuster with major front-end damage on that machine. That's got to be slowing him down significantly. He'll need to come in to get some repairs for that eventually.
Van Hicks got around it. I was just looking around. Who else didn't get around it? Stromheim, he managed to avoid it. I was just looking as well elsewhere. Did Jack Wells get by it? He did, so that's handy. Some of those drivers get by. Tyson Meyer got by as well. He saw that right away. And then you had the next driver, which I believe was Danny Fonte. Here's what happened. You called it right there, Adam. Got a little bit too hot. Almost went back into Mickey Friesen. In fact, he actually got his nose under Mickey Friesen. Everyone tries to get around. One car did not get it, which is so unfortunate. And as he's starting to go around again, he starts driving hard on the brakes. I mean, again, you want to get going, but your black box, you've got to be paying attention to the black box there. That has split up this field by quite a substantial there, because now the top 3 are on their own, and basically the rest of the field are all bunched up together for the GTOs.
Yeah, that was honestly, it looked like there was a little bit of a block there from the GTO, but the GTP had enough time to hit the brakes, but then just decided to roll the corner. And so that roll of the corner is actually what led the GTP to get the rear tires picked up off the ground underneath the GTO. So unfortunately, that's just a rough learning moment that the GTO's just center corner speed is much lower than the GTPs.
And that's another thing, because there are corners where the GTOs will be faster than the GTPs. On the top of my head, and Adam will probably just chime in and correct me in a moment, I can't think of any corner on this track where the GTOs will have a faster apex speed to the GTPs, because of how these are a lot of late apex corners or early apex corners. One of the, I can never remember. It's one or the other, but you just get to understand how the car works. And again, as we were saying, really good track to learn multi-class racing. One of those that I chipped my teeth in to try and understand how to drive multi-class with Andrew Brown. Got to just hold up Emil Burnsoff, or he's let Emil Burnsoff go by. No need to fight that, but you want to keep onto the back of him, because use him to catch up to everybody like these guys are going to be doing very shortly, because Van Hicks and the rest with Mickey Friesen, or Jack Wells, sorry, and Isha Stromheim, they want to try and catch up to the rest of that field. 4 seconds now behind Mickey Friesen. We just saw him there going up the hill. Tyson Meyer as well trying to catch up. If you're a driver that doesn't drive this a lot, number one, it's hard enough to try and catch up to a pack when you know what you're doing. But when you're a driver who hasn't driven this a lot, you start to second guess yourself, and this is when the mistakes will start to kick in. You kind of have to accept you're here for the long time.
Yeah, the focus in order to catch a pack ahead is to focus on corner exits, especially around this track with the amount of straightaways that there are. The Audi can be really quick on corner exit, but you have to get the car pointed straight and then just power down the throttle and then just nail your shift points. And if you could focus on getting your shifts as quick as humanly possible, you can be in a really good position to make a move. Looks like Gianni Lutzu has decided to be the first one to come into the pits from the front of the field in the GTPs, hitting from about 5th position. Now, you were mentioning, Craig, that there are no corners around here where the Audis are quickest, and that's generally true. But the exit of Canada corner, depending on the situation, the all-wheel drive can actually be quicker over those rumbling exit, especially with the gravel. It can just give you a little bit, like 2 to 3 miles an hour of a benefit over the GTVs. And if you're not expecting that, I've absolutely gotten into the back of the GTP and sent them around before. So apologies for that a couple years ago to, I believe it was Nick McConos who I did that to.
At least you own up to your mistakes, so that's one good thing. I did actually have a big moment in modern day cars around here. You see Daniel Gomez watching Correa and Brown having a little bit of a battle, and Correa going to hold it for the time being as Emil Burnsoff gets by another driver. You start to see the gravel there on turn 6 on the exit. Really interesting. And those are the track that's really good for multi-class, because I was actually featured in 2 Dave Cam videos of the same race, of the do's and don'ts for multi-class for both the fast and the slow class. It's a really good video for anyone to learn, but again, if you know what you're doing, you kind of have to just tear that page up a bit and relearn it for these cars, just with the way they go. But that speed difference is something you have to be aware of full stop when it comes to any sort of multi-class. And again, it can happen, and a lot of the reason it happens, Adam, you talked about it, the bumps. This is the ground effect type of car, these GTPs. So the Hall of Fame for the IMSA, this Nissan GTP. They don't like it when you decide to hit some bumps, because it does like to pogo a little bit, the suspension. That is something you never want to see in these cars. So that's why you don't see these cars attack these curves so much. They kind of just like to caress and just go on the side of these curves to just keep it going, keep it smooth, keep it fast, keep it safe at the end of the day.
Now, at full speed, the GTP can absolutely take the curbs quite heavily. We saw that a couple of rounds ago at the Nordschleife. But yeah, on corner exit, when you're accelerating and you're building up that downforce, you absolutely need to be careful of the curves, or just accept that there's going to be a little bit of consideration when you put the power down on GTP. Now, anyone who's ever done, anyone who ever played Race Driver Grid back in the day, the original one, not the remake, there was a mode that you could do where you essentially had to pass a certain amount of... Oh, and there's a slow car on the center of the corner. That's Naz Adadi in the 16th position of the GTOs, who just had a little bit of a moment on spinning to the inside of that corner. But there was that mode where you had to pass a certain amount of cars driving very slowly. And that's almost what it can feel like when you're in the Nissan GTPs around here. But similarly to that, those cars always took the racing line. They did not care about whether you were coming, and they would always take the racing line. You could have a lot of incidents with them. It feels very similar in the Nissan GTPs. Daniel Gomez is watching this battle. Andrew Brown with a good run on Salvio Correa, but couldn't do anything with it because they had Jose Gimenez on the inside right before the braking zone for Canada Corner. So Brown, being wise, decides to wait for another lap. Brown's been tucked in behind Correa for about 4 or 5 laps at this point, and just being patient, waiting for his time to come.
It'd be interesting to see how much longer these drivers can go on with the fuel, because it's interesting to see that Justice for Racing Juice team hit super early there. Got to be a reason for it, but that kind of just blocks off any splash and dash for them had they gone for that early. So that's not too bad as we watch this. Again, picture in picture showing us the outboard, and I really do like seeing the outboard here, especially the onboard for Daniel Gomez, because he's getting a really good view of this. And also, if you're that driver, everyone gets that when they're driving in these endurance races. They see the cars ahead battling, and they're like, yeah, I kind of want to be in that battle, but I don't want to be in that battle. I want to wait a little bit, because if I get too close and they start battling and they have a mistake, I'm collateral damage, and that's kind of what you don't want to be. So keeping it nice and safe at the moment, but now you'll start to see some blue in the relative. And it is a GTO. It's Gregorius. It's the first of these GTOs. Late on the braking, almost getting into the back, not prepared for it. That's another thing. You talked about it with the speed, Adam. You're not aware of the speed difference as Gomez goes wide, almost losing out. In fact, he almost went 3 wide with another car. Just getting caught out by that speed difference, it can cause you issues if you're not prepared for it. There was a really good indicator of it.
Absolutely, and they've been held up by the traffic so much that it's actually brought this 4-car battle back into the battle that we were watching earlier on. Look at this chaos here, as that is Javier Sono who's going to make a move on Ezekiel Montero. Montero's going to try and hold it strong on the inside of Canada Corner. Javier going to back out and let Montero take that position. That was some tight racing. These drivers need to be careful. It's still too early in this race. We haven't even completed a full race distance for the standard IMSA Vintage sprint race yet. 38 minutes have gone by on this clock, 21 laps, and that's Steven Schwartzer who's going to take to the pits, our second GTP driver to take full service.
Okay, that's interesting. The 420s we saw did take it out. Javier Soto's going to go for that. And you know what? Montero kind of blocked himself and almost goes to the back. He goes into Tyson Meyer, and Meyer goes off, and that is not what you want to see for good racing there ahead of them. Stromheim, he's also had him off there. He's gone off, and Van Hicks has gone off as well. And I think these battles may have just caused a little bit of caution there. No, Van Hicks went off on his own accord. Maybe just looking himself, thinking some of these drivers were going for send. You've got to be careful with some of these battles here, because you have to respect the battles that they're doing, everyone else is doing, and that is what is happening at the moment. And there goes Grau, almost went around there by accident there for Montero. They're getting locked in. It's getting a little bit too feisty here, because then Darrenberg goes off. Everyone just needs to calm it down a little bit here. They've got a little bit feisty too early. Again, like Adam said, well, if this was the last lap of an IMSA Vintage, because it would be, this is 39 minutes into the race, yeah, you would expect this. This is 39 minutes into 4 hours of a race. Kind of need to just put the brakes on a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. I look back at the Tyson Meyer incident, and Tyson was just following his racing line as you're supposed to with the GTO. In fact, he had turned into the apex very clearly. Oh, Tomoki Garushi spinning off at the kink. This is what I was talking about. The kink feels like it's not a problem in the GTPs, but it can absolutely snap you around if you put in a little bit too much of that steering lock. We're looking at Lucas Strollheim, who's fallen behind Jack Wells at this point, and this is Tomoki Garushi, who, unfortunately for Tomoki, has a lot of rear end damage after that incident, tucked in behind Strollheim.
And the issue he's got there is he's probably not even going to be hitting fifth gear, so he's going to have to come into the pits right away. That's going to be a few more time. In fact, he's not. I wouldn't want to see what Garushi's doing there, because I know from just any small bit of wing damage in these GTPs, kind of missing out that fifth gear. They've only got 5 gears, so
and it destabilizes the car, Craig, too. It makes it very challenging to get your braking right, so the chances that he's going to spin again are really high.
And we don't want to see that. Nobody wants to see that. But obviously, he's probably one or two laps away from taking a pit stop. That might be the reason as Villarola continues on. They've managed to pull away from Hayden Bramley. This is interesting. Now, has Hayden lost time due to fuel saving, or has he been affected, or even more, is the pace of these two drivers really good here? Because I was not expecting that after Hayden took a really good start to the race. To see him already this far back, again, we are talking about Lundberg and Roller, two really good drivers. Regardless, that is really surprising. 3 seconds off the pace.
It seems like it's raw pace because the lap times have been consistent for Bramley over the last couple of laps. It's mid 206s compared to Villarola.
Oh, I see it, Adam. It's damage. It's damage to the rear left. Now I wonder. I don't think that's going to be any steering damage. But I wonder if that's affecting him aero stuff.
Our leaders are in from the GTPs. Pascal Stix into the box, as well as Pedro Valencia and Sean Langdon, all of them into the yes, Pascal and Valencia and Mecanos, who are all in the box right now for the GTP. So these are our leaders taking their first pit stops. A couple of drivers going through to take another lap. Alex Chillicott, Sean Langdon, Seamus Power, Fabian Jungbluth, Maximilian Meyer. So quite a few drivers who are able to do an extra lap here.
And we've got big news here because Brainfreed is in the pits and Toad, the 99 driven by Mickey Friesen, is in the pits after an unfortunate moment with multi-class traffic there. Again, we'll probably look at it in a replay in a moment. It was impatience from the GTP. I don't like trying to assign blame, but when it comes to multi-class standards here, you have to have patience. And we'll see in a minute with the replay that the patience was gone. And that is so unfortunate, again, for Mickey Friesen after a really good race earlier today or last night in the Road America 500. One of the top drivers that we were putting up, we were penciling, weren't we, Adam? Here it is. Just look at it. You could argue he has to go back to his left. He's holding his line, Adam. He's on his line. And the GTP driver still thought there was a gap there and just never lifted.
Absolutely. And I think that the GTP, I think like the fault is on the GTP. But if I'm looking for how I contributed to that incident, if I'm Mickey Friesen, I was unconfident that the GTP would not run into me if I went to the racing line, so I stayed to the right. And the GTP was expecting Mickey to drift left. And while that doesn't excuse the GTP for running him over, if he's looking for ways they contributed, that miscommunication is what led to the incident. So it's a rough break for Mickey Friesen, absolutely. But and you know, it's absolutely on the GTP to make the pass safely. But Mickey Friesen has some contributing factors.
So now let's look at a lot of the drivers now coming into the pits, and there's one driver who has not yet pitted, and it is in the GTP settings. It is Fabian Jungbluth. Now, this is really interesting. Fabian managed to go... So let's look at this. Some drivers... Well, one team pitted lap 18. One team pitted lap 21. Most of the team pitted lap 23. Lap 24, we had 6 cars, sorry. Then there's Fabian. Then there's Fabian on his own. If we have a look at what happened to Hayden earlier on, I wonder if this is the damage. Yeah, there's that damage caused there by Seamus Power. Again, Seamus is taking this racing line there, I feel.
Yeah. Right here's Tyson Meyer, who's currently getting passed by Stuart Ash. And I'm wondering if Tyson has some damage from that incident that we saw on turn 11. So Tyson, it's going to be interesting to see what is going on with his race. And I can report that a lot of our pit runners who have come in from the GTPs are just about to come out of the pits as Tyson goes for a move on Stuart Ash again. Stuart's going to back out of it as they see Jonathan Oshalim up ahead of them. Tyson taking turn 1. Tyson currently in 11th position. None of the GTOs have yet to pit. Pascal Stix in the GTPs did come out as the fastest driver, or the first driver who has taken a pit stop. He's currently 15 seconds ahead of Pedro Valencia. If you're wondering that was time gained on the lane, that is not true. It was 18.9 in the lane for Pascal and 18.7 for Pedro.
Now comes the last 2 cars. It was actually 2 cars. I think there's Fabian Jumluff there, who had the pit as well. It's the 05, the Jens brother competition, Maximilian Meyer. So I look at Fabian. I expect Fabian to be one of those drivers fuel saving. Maximilian, this is not a knock at Maximilian, with the Pascal, he's going to retake the lead. Not a driver we would be expecting it, because some of these drivers aren't used to this whole fuel strategy that you have to take in these cars. So it's going to be interesting, because if that's the 36 plus 2 on some of these drivers, including the core racing there, that's going to be interesting to see what they're able to do later in the race. That could eliminate the splash and dash if he holds on to it. As Villerola, he's just holding on for the moment. Still no sign of any pit stop. Sorry, I'm about to sneeze. No, I'm not. I just held on to a sneeze. I do apologize. I was about to sneeze.
All right, so Maximilian Mayer and Fabian Jungluth are still in the pits. They our fastest pit stop so far, I'm guessing this was not full fuel, was a 38.9 from James Foster in the Justix for Racing Juice machine. They were our first pitters amongst the leaders. So looks like Hayden Bramley is our first driver to come to the pit lane. That's probably to repair some of that damage that you saw, Craig.
It would not surprise me. He had quite a bit of damage on the rear. I think that Tyson had more damage than Hayden did, but we'll wait to see. But there's also, remember, Hayden was driving really hard early into the race. I wonder if that's caused him to have this moment. 47 minutes, so he's able to, he's done the lane where we see these guys having a battle, Montiero and Kramer having a battle almost 3 wide by Lee decides against him. We'll see what Kramer does. Holds it. Montero tried to turn in. Ooh, a little bit cheeky there from Kramer, but gets it by, and they all come by. No, what I was about to say, it's interesting to see that we had the FART go full pelt, and he's managed to do 47 minutes of fuel. But a lot of these GTO drivers are used to 60-minute races when it comes to endurance, where they get 2 60-minute races a season, and you can no-stop if you know what you're doing. And a lot of these drivers doing that. Real good move there from Montero to hold off. Immediately goes around, and that was just a meeting of the minds, unfortunately.
Yeah, Jarrett just a little bit too wide off of the exit, crosses the nose of the GTO. Unfortunately for the GTO, they kept going straight, and unfortunately for Jarrett, no damage from that incident. So taking a look here at second position, Noah Lundberg. Lundberg has been able to hold strong with Villerola as Hayden's pace fell off because of that damage. So Noel Lundberg in a really good position. Hopefully Noel's been able to fuel save, but Villarola's got some pace. So it wouldn't surprise me if that didn't happen. Looks like Luca Strollheim has had an incident in Canada corner. Luca just going deep on the brakes. Actually, just absolutely locking up the brakes and sliding all the way into the runoff area at Canada corner. Fortunately for Luca, once again, no damage for Luca, so able to recover. But Luca all the way down to 8th position now.
I'll tell you what as well, he actually locked up. He locked up and had all the runoff there. He had the escape road runoff there. Really handy to him as well, but managed to put a bit of gravel, so we'll look for that this lap for some of these drivers. There's Ferren Grau in the push rod racing, or one of the push rod racing, because they've got a couple cars out there today.
Oh my, sorry, this moment that we were just seeing on screen, Maximilian Mayer and Ryan Ware decided to split Jonathan Oshalem in the braking zone down the hill. Fortunately, no incident happened there, but that was almost a disaster.
I just had to look at that myself for a moment. Wowzers, that was not something they were looking for. Jonathan Oshalem, not a driver we see a lot. He's driving with Seamus Power today. He's got Ryan Ware right behind him. Jonathan's just driving to survive at the moment. It's been set up nicely for him. Seamus is going to keep it going. And to be fair, this almost gives me that Bathurst, that Bathurst 1000 feel to it, Adam, where sometimes you'll get the not really gentleman driver, but you know what I mean when I say gentleman driver, almost like a bronze rated driver come and drive with some of the guys, or 2 good drivers. You get a good mixture. That's what you get in this race that you don't see a lot, which is why Adam was also surprised that some of the regulars not working together kind of want to have the bragging rights. I feel some of them, they kind of like just having the 4 hours. And yeah, if you had a chance to drive this car for 4 hours, Adam, you'd take it right there. You wouldn't even say, yeah, you wouldn't even let me finish.
Well, absolutely. I mean, a lot of these drivers may be friends when it comes to working together to race this series, and put on, broadcast and official splits. And it looks like Nathan Dowd has taken a tow, and he's trying to run a solo race, but unfortunately for Nathan, in the pit lane. But a lot of these drivers, work together to get official splits going for IMSA Vintage, but a lot of them are actually closer friends with other drivers on the service, and so they want to drive with those friends versus making a team of IMSA Vintage regulars. And like you said, they want to take the bragging rights. This is an opportunity to win a top split iRacing official special event, and why would you not want to put your name by itself up there in the lights?
And especially being that the IMSA Vintage community who do the VCR Championship, they love to have this for the 3rd year running. They've asked us to do this time slot because it's 30 minutes before or an hour before when the normal time slot would be on a Saturday night. So this is why a lot of them go for it. And I know some drivers, see Pascal Sid going by, some drivers I know they were saying, well, do I race the midday time slot? That's usually the big time slot. If I do that, I'm going to get the esports teams. But if I race the next time slot, I'm going to get all the regulars. So it's a real, to and fro of what decision you want to make. And a lot of the drivers, the answer for some of them, if they're crazy enough, will be both. Again, I don't think you do 8 hours. I know you do 4 hours solo. But for a lot of these drivers, they do like to do that to race each other, again, for that bragging rights. And of course, for for just the fact that it's also a bit more of a, I feel it's a bit more of a friendly competition when it comes to this time slot compared to the other time slot, especially with some drivers also thinking, crashed out the last time slot, got another chance, let's give it a go.
Billy Rolla, our current leader in the GTOs, only half a second over Noah Lundberg. These drivers currently on their 25th lap of the GTO so far. The weather has been cloudy and cold all day, 74 degrees Fahrenheit on track, 65 in the air. That is a chilly day out there in Wisconsin for these drivers, and not much in the way of weather it's going to be changing. I will say the winds are very high, so not something we talked about at the beginning of this race. Currently 13 miles per hour out of the southeast, so very spicy for these drivers, especially for the GTPs under braking. It can definitely change your braking zone by about 10-20 feet, and if you miss that, that can be a problem.
That's also now going to be, just looking at, that's going to be a crosswind going down the carousel. That's interesting. Then you've got the wind coming to you, coming down to Canada Corner, so that's very interesting. But you say it's not, it's a cold day. I mean, I've just seen a crash with Javier Soto going around the downward. There it is as well. Javier just losing hitting the gravel. Just unfortunate there. Just an unfortunate moment. And Amber had nowhere to go. Unfortunately, she tried to slow it down, but just so hard. Almost caught by Javier. Keeps it going. Unfortunately, the worst thing for him was with so much impact, he's lost the nose, he's lost the wing, and he's going to have to take a tow. And that's so unfortunate if we look at Montero. Yeah, it's one of those things. This wind's really good, but 19 Celsius, Adam. That to me, that's quite a warm day. I know, I'm English. I know it sounds cold for you lot, but I'd be in my shorts and shirt, just wondering when do I need to put the suntan on.
Well, late April, it's fairly chilly in that region of the world. There you can see Javier. Lots of debris on the track, probably contributing to Javier being loose and then losing the back end of the car, and Amber just nowhere to go, got into the back of Javier. Amber, fortunately, with no front clip damage, so able to keep going. We're taking a look at Max Kramer and Ezekiel Montero. Both of them have had earlier incidents, both of them in nice white paint jobs here, as Ezekiel is going to try and take a look to the inside. Nope, thinks better of it. A little bit too late to go for that move. It is getting darker out there, Craig. We're getting a little bit more cloud cover, a little bit more challenging visibility conditions, and the GTPs fortunately have headlights. The GTOs in this era of, or at least this model that we have in iRacing, do not.
You see, you just ruined my fun, because this is the card that some people will say, can we have some rainfall? And I'm like, yeah, we can have some rain, but we don't have lights for these GTOs, and that's a bit of a problem. And I know when it comes to a race week at Daytona, they have to be careful to make sure that it's a decent time of the day, because the infield's not lit up. or not very well lit up. And of course, on iRacing, it's not like the real world Rolex 24. You've got all the lights on the oval on iRacing, so you get the light when it comes to a GTO. But you don't in the real world. So if it rains, yeah, I'd like it, but I think they won't be able to see a lot as we see the first 5 cars come down into the pits for the GTO. 55 minutes, which actually isn't bad when you look at Lucas Gregorius, the 69, the 18, Tyson Meyer, and the 404 all in there. Naze just coming out the pit because he has had the repairs. So actually interesting that these cars managed to make it 55 minutes. I say that's interesting because you know yourself, Adam, you've got the better experience of this. These cars can do 60 minutes.
Yep.
It's tough, especially on a track like this, though. It's a little bit easier, being that it is a lot of throttle.
I would have wanted one more lap, because that would put me in the realm of finishing the race without an extra splash and dash. 55 minutes ain't gonna do it. That would put you. That would put you right at 3 hours 45 minutes. So if there was one extra lap, you'd be in real trouble. So I'm gonna want. If I'm the crew chief, I'm thinking I'm gonna want one extra lap for the next 2 stints, and then push to the end. But yeah, it's really a challenging. Really a challenging factor. Now, when it comes to the lights and the rain and the darkness and everything, I mean, I remember doing Daytona Moto in IMSA Vintage back when it was Camel GT, and the motorcycle cut through from the infield to the back straight was completely unlit. I remember that experience. It was a fun experience. It's not one that I would want for anyone to have to do, but all of that is to say, oh, Billy Rolla looks like he might have had a misshift going into 5th gear down the straightaway. So Noah Lundberg will take over the lead in the GTOs. No big issue there, just a little bit of a lead change is going to start to play a little bit more into the strategy for Billy Rolla now.
Yeah, I when you said moto, my eyes lit up. It's a layout that not many people go to, and for the IMSA Vintage cars that go to a multi-class around there, it's a questionable decision for any series, but it's a track layout I do love and do like to see it. But yeah, not lit up, very treacherous. My first full season on iRacing, the week 13 was Are You Afraid of the Dark? And it was the old radicals with no headlights on tracks with no lights. That in itself was an experience, and I look at that now when I think of these GTOs. I just think of that when it comes to nighttime driving because, oh, it's not very good. Trust me, it is not very good to try and drive around there. That car at the front is a lap down. It is Bart Mattia, as he's had a little bit of a moment, going to slow down for these two. Respectful driving, gets out of the way for them. That's what you want to see as well in this sort of race. The drivers not going to hold up other drivers. If they know they're off pace, they're just going to wait it out, let the drivers get by. Really do like seeing that. So really nice to see as Lundberg will take a lead at the lap for the first time in a while. Actually goes to the pit. That held on Billy for a moment.
Yeah.
That could have been a moment.
It was about a half second that Billy lost coming to the pits, having to wait for the GTP to get out of the way. So our leaders in the box, 28 laps was how long they could go. 2 more laps than our first pitters. We did have another driver who just took a pit stop. That was the Chronos Sim Racers Endurances, switching drivers over to Alejandro Jans. It looks like Glacier Racing is going to switch from Billy Rolla to Topi Cortaniemi, who's going to jump in the car there. Noah Lundberg running the race all by himself. So it's going to be very interesting. Jorn Van Hicks, though. Jorn Van Hicks is going for another one, Craig.
I saw that, and I was looking at the list of the drivers, and I was like, the number 12, Ian Bradsfield. Maybe he can make it an hour. Doug Cloud, yeah, Doug can definitely make it an hour. Surprised he didn't make it. Cortaniemi and, of course, Roller. That's one that was surprising. At the moment I saw the 25 come around the corner, even with a little bit of damage on the rear, I was like, Van Hicks is not pitting. He's not pitting. He's made it the hour, and that's a big deal because now we're talking about a +3 in terms of the fuel stop. That's big because if he can keep this pace on, it's going to give him a shorter final pit stop.
Yep.
Not a pit stop to go to the end. It's more trimming it out so he can go full pelt for the end. He is 47 seconds ahead of Noah Lundberg. A pit stop's about 115 to 120 cone to cone. if he keeps extending, keep an eye on this number 25 later in the race, because I think he may have a shot here for the win, because he's the only one that's doing an hour pit stop an hour stint right now.
And the driver who's in big trouble is Hayden Brantley. We just saw him on the picture-in-picture. And that early pit stop is really going to put him in a really tough position for that final pit stop, where he's going to have to take a probably full service. Now, granted, he needed to take that pit stop in order to deal with the damage that he had on the car. He's out back in 4th position. But because there are no cautions, there are no full course cautions in iRacing road courses as of yet, he really doesn't have any recourse for that incident. And the time when we do get those full course cautions and special events, it's going to change everything about how you go about racing these special events. It's going to change how much time you allot to these special events.
Don't mention full course cautions.
I mean, we know that they're thinking about it. They mentioned exploring other flags when they talked about bringing the slippery surface flag on. So it's something that's in iRacing's mind. So I definitely think that there are ways that's going to change the strategy, and that could bring Hayden back into the battle for the lead in the future. But as of this race, there's not much they can do except for run their race and hope that there's more attrition than there already has been today. Right now, we have 4 drivers, only 4, who are who we would consider to be out of this race. That is Nathan Dowd in the Indy Solo Machine, California Racing's Chris Schmidt, and Tech Sport Academy Black's Ian Brown. Actually, that looks like it's only 3. Javier Soto is probably also out of this race in the SRP Silver Team SimRacingPro.com machine.
Yeah, we also lost the Grid and Go car before the green flag due to a blue screen of death. Yeah, I like seeing the green of death for Sean Campbell there. Going to be a big hit for him, unfortunately. Not that he minds the iRacing hit, it's more the fact that he was looking forward to come racing with the community once again. One thing he said, and this is the man that has won the Daytona 24 on iRacing this year. He said to the community, when I hit 10,000 iRating, I'll come back. He hadn't hit 10,000 iRating. He still decided to come back for this race and just wasn't able to be today, but he managed to get that podium in the midday time slots, was really good for him. Amber Downbow getting on by, keeps on going. One thing that I've been looking at, because that Glacier Racing we were talking about, it's Ville Roller, it's Topi Cortanemi. I'm trying to do the maths right now. I think those 2 drivers have more broadcast wins combined than the rest of the GTO field. That's a big ask, but then you realize that Roller's had 20 wins on broadcast, Topi's had 4. The next person with a decent number of wins would be Van Hicks with 10. I kind of think I might be onto something there. I think that car's got more wins than the whole field combined.
Oh, the whole field in this race, you're saying?
No, GTO field.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I was going to say, if we're talking about the championship series, then Valenteus has them beat by, like, double. But, yeah, in this race of the GTO field, absolutely, they're the most experienced and the winningest team in the field right now for the GTOs. One driver who I've been keeping my eye on ever since I read their name at the bottom of the chart for the grid is Amber Downbaugh in 15th position in the GTPs. Amber is racing this race alone and is currently in 15th position. That's up 17 positions from their starting spot back down in the 23rd position. Amber has been doing an excellent job cutting through the field, being patient, is running ran a 148.4 last time compared to Pascal Stix's 147.0. In contention for the win of this race. But this is exactly how to tackle I didn't qualify well, but I still want to race well situation. Just being very patient, very gentle on the throttle. We haven't shown them that much on the broadcast because they haven't done anything shocking or surprising. Not a whole bunch, not complex moves, just waiting for the right moments. And that's how to just quietly make your way up into the top 10. And I expect that they'll get there eventually.
Yeah, and I think as well, Amber's got, it's an interesting debate I've had with my team. Do you want to qualify well when it comes to a special event? because you know it's going to be the front of the field, and this is not a knock at all these drivers, but the front of the field are going to be pretty hot to try and get a really good position to start the race. Where if you're like Amber, yes, you pick up some of the scraps, and let's be real, we now have 20 of the 32 cars on the lead lap that started the race. So quite a lot of drivers have had some moments out there or been off the pace. But do you want to do that, or do you kind of want to just hold on and just wait? Because all of a sudden, she's going to get caught into this battle at the moment. Farron Grau, Correa, Daniel Gomez, and Andrew Brown. And she's just going to be driving her own race. And she's catching back up to this after that moment with Javier Soto. Not her fault. She just got caught up in a small moment there. So it's just going to be interesting to see how she tackles this. And she's tackling this really well. And just look at her stats. She isn't exactly a rookie when it comes to the racing. And she's going to get side by side with Andrew Brown. She has the same number of entries in the GTP as Nim Cross. So she must be doing something right.
Oh, absolutely. She's a known quantity, and it's awesome to see her out here. But as you can see, just being patient. She could have stuck it in there with Andrew, but decided to think better of it and wait for another opportunity. And this is exactly what you want to see a driver doing who's going to be starting at the back, just not taking any risks. There's 3.5, 4 more hours left of this race, and she's already made it up 17 positions. She's already had a hugely successful race. If she makes it to the end in this position, she'll do well. She's got the pace on at least for the 5 drivers ahead of her. So just keep it patient, keep it calm, keep it cool, keep it collected, and just make it one step at a time, one move at a time.
Every time we say something good about her, Adam, I just see the traffic and I'm like, please, let's not jinx her. I haven't knocked on wood, so that's just what I'm doing right now. Let's not jinx her. But she's up 17 places. When it comes to the drive with the most positions gained so far this race, it's the number 15 questionable Nissan, who's up 24 places. But that's Emil Burnsoff we're talking about here. And, if you don't know who Emil Burnsoff is, he is a former GP3 winner. GP3, before it was branded F3. And he beat some named drivers back then. We're not just talking like GP3 has always been, very, very tight. But yeah, he had beaten some big names.
Oh no! We did curse her!
You cursed her, not me. Oh, and that's so unfortunate. And that was just a moment. Now, was this just getting on the brakes, or no, it was just a moment. It was a moment, and Hayden just having a small lapse there of concentration from the P3 car for the GTOs. He's already got that damage repaired. Maybe some more damage. That is so unfortunate there for Amber. It just felt a little bit of a mistake there from the GTO.
Yeah, that was Hayden Bramley just drifting over to the right, and Amber had clearly committed to the right-hand side, and Hayden just took that lane away from her and sent her off into the grass. So that's a rough break for Amber. There's nothing that she could have done in that situation. By the time she would have realized that there was about to be imminent contact, she was already alongside. So just a heartbreak for Amber.
It's not what you want to see. It's so unfortunate for her. She was doing so well. Absolutely doing well there. It was just unfortunate to it's one of those moments as well. And it's one of the things that you have to talk about when it comes to endurance racing. It's the concentration. It's that lapse of concentration that you can do. And a lapse of concentration can be just putting your car in the wrong place, or just missing a brake marker, or just not aware of an incident up ahead. It happens. It is one of those things that you just have to be prepared for. And unfortunately, it was just unfortunate there for her. Hopefully, she's able to get back out there, but that was a lot of damage. The key thing is, I didn't see the engine go pop, so she might be okay there.
Yeah, Amber in the box. It's going to be a lot of repairs for Amber to get back out there. Like you said, the engine didn't go pop, but the entire front clip is gone. It's going to be a rough race from here on out. But Amber did start from the back of the pack, so another opportunity. 2 minutes on the tow truck so far. It's going to be a rough time out there for Amber. And we're taking a look right now at Topi. stuck in behind Noah Lundberg. I think one of the reasons why Vili could not go all the way to all the way to that 1 hour mark is because Vili was leading the race for a good half of that first stint. So no opportunity to fuel save in the draft. But Topi making up for it now, tucked in behind Noah Lundberg, who we know doesn't like to slow down very much when leading the race. And so Topi's definitely going to be taking full advantage of that opportunity.
But so I'm gonna use that plus moment by the first main group of pit stoppers, which was lap 26. So Lundberg was +2, and he didn't really do a lot of fuel saving. Let's be brutally honest here. Noah was just following other cars. So to go +2 was a big deal, and it's going to be interesting now. He leads with Courtenay behind him. If he's going to be able to do that fuel saving, because he is braking a little bit earlier, but it's not a lot, so it's going to be crucial for that. This is one of those that you have to pay attention to, because they've got a 6-lap advantage to the number 2 behind them, the FART endurance car. So you could almost say that they're kind of out of the running already. As horrible as that is to say, it's just an unfortunate moment. These two, they're in it for the long haul now. I wouldn't be surprised if Topi's just going to be like, yeah, it's fine, go ahead. And one thing I did say, remember I was saying he's only got 4 wins. I mean, he is a former champion in the Lotus 49 and the 79. So as our good buddy Michael the Turk was saying, kind of a little bit of a kick to say, he's only had 4 wins in IMSA Vintage.
Nice side-by-side moment there from Medino Salvio Correa, Andrew Brown and Daniel Gomez. Brown trying to get past Gomez now. Gomez the one on the outside in the Moza machine. And look at this. Both of them picking up the draft here from Correa. Gomez going to try and go around the outside of Correa. Correa giving just enough room for Gomez on the curbing. But look at this. Gomez switching over to the inside, putting pressure there on Correa. Correa deep out of the corner. It's going to be as you were as they head down towards the next section. Let's see whether or not we get a pass here. Gomez much quicker on the straights than Brown or Correa. Trying to do it around the outside here of 4, and it's such a challenge to do. Can't quite hang on to it that time. And here comes Brown. Oh, side-by-side contact between the two of them as Gomez couldn't get the car to settle underneath. This is the battle for the 12th position between WR Brazil, FRC Esports 164, Pushrod Racing Orange, all for that 12th position in the GTPs.
Yeah, I do wonder as well if that little tap there with Andrew Brown might have... Carl was a little bit upset, but he was also trying to get back to the racing line. I don't think he was aware of where Andrew was beside him, so a little bit unfortunate there, but keeps it going. More dust kicked up there from the Glacier Racing of Topi Courtenay. Yeah, just think, you're a former champion in different classes. You come here for the GTO. Inarguably, Adam, when let's just talk about it for a moment, I would say the hardest car to drive on the sim in terms of road is a Lotus 49. I would then have to say the GTO is then second, because how do you blip? You've got to blip to downshift the car here.
Correct.
There's no other car on the sim to do that now.
Yeah, you do have to blip to downshift, but you can blip and downshift without needing to use the clutch if you are so skilled. That's the only way that I could do. I could never figure out with the pedals that I had how to do, how to heel and toe it, just because of the gaps between the pedals. So it is a challenging car to drive. It's one that takes a lot of practice, but it's definitely one that we do practice a lot in to get quick around here. Report the Byron Phillips into the pits from the Justice for Racing Juice machine. We have a couple of highlights here from the first hour of racing for these drivers, as we see Daniel Gomez once again going to battle with Andrew Brown. Gomez looking like he's finally going to get this done. Yeah, let's take a look at those highlights from the first hour of racing.
It's an interesting start, because we did see that I did have a little bit of a moment. Cars jostling for position, and there was the 67, the fast by Sergio, right off as well, and another car going by. So 2 cars from the GTP field off right away, the GTOs. Really good start for this as well, though, because you start to see some of the drivers getting a go. Glacier Racing managed to get a good lead on everybody, but that allowed the FART to just try and make some moves. You see the 99 of Friesen Racing there in third. The GTOs kept it pretty clean as well, so it wasn't so much of an adventurous start, but everyone was trying to find it, while the GTPs, they were having a nice little battle in the first couple of laps.
Absolutely. The back of the GTP field saw some incidents, saw some spins, a little bit of contact, but some good battles going on throughout the field. The 51 just having an incident there, a little bit of a tap into the front end of that car. And then we saw this moment here. Yeah, going down the back straight underneath the Sargento Bridge down into turn 4 under heavy braking. Such a challenging braking zone here. And just good battles throughout. And look at that over-under move there for the 00. Try and get that move done. And then heavy braking once again. Such fantastic battles we saw over the course of this first stint, Craig.
Yeah, this was the 420 having a nice little battle with Ferran Grau, who's doing it on his own. And the 420 are those drivers who the Justice for Racing Juice going really hard early into the race. Some really good driving by them, but on a different fuel strategy, which may affect them. And these battles just kept on going. That's the 00. We just saw lots of side-by-side happening early doors, using the advantage. A small mistake there, held off and thought they could keep it going, but they were on the runoff, and the 22 went into the side, and that was the California Racing. Unfortunately, did retire the car. The GTOs, they kept on going. Johan van Hicks tried to work his way up the order, and it did work for him. Not a good qualifying for him, but he had to fight it there. There's the 19, the Team Lucas Gregorius car getting by, but meanwhile, Van Hicks still trying to make moves up the field, and then the traffic came.
Absolutely. This is that 3-wide moment that absolutely led into a gigantic incident coming off of the exit of the carousel. And fortunately, it was nobody came away with major damage from that incident, but that was probably the scariest moment that we've had as far as large car incidents, multi-car incidents over the course of this race. Lots of spinning going on here. This was Javier Soto in the middle of the track, who then reversed it off of the track to get out of the racing line. Not usually something we recommend, but it worked out this time for him.
Yeah, it was Ferran Grau there having a little bit of a moment. Then more traffic came on by, and the kink's always tough, as you get to see. It's one of those no-no corners to make the overtake, and we then just start to see some of the GTOs use that to their advantage, and that is a Doug Cloud trying to get on by, making some position. Not talked a lot about Doug Cloud today. I'm sure we'll see him later on in the Battery Park Motorsports car. And then more traffic came on by. You see that Joker colored livery there, trying to keep on by the 420 as Nexus Sport went a little bit too wide there into Canada Corner. Not the first car we've seen do that, but that was what has happened. They're still third overall in the race. These two still battling on.
Absolutely. These two still battling on. Toby Kortenemi and Noah Lundberg. Toby not interested at all in getting past Noel. Speaking of Doug Cloud, you said we hadn't mentioned him much. He's currently under pressure from Andreas Schuster. He's been able to recover back up to that 6th position and is now trying to put some pressure on to Doug Cloud. They're getting passed by Ryan Ware and Farron and Stephen Schwartzer, who are in a battle right now for 8th position in the GTPs. There is Hamilton Barrera Ruiz, or rather Farron Grau, who's also in that battle. Now it's Hamilton Barrera Ruiz tucked in behind them, who's going to go by before they hit Bill Mitchell Bend. But yeah, fantastic racing going on throughout. And I said that Topi wasn't interested. He still isn't. He had the opportunity, lost of a good run into turn 1, decided better of it as we ride on board with Doug Cloud.
Doug takes a nice little breather, and that's what he likes to do. Just gets air in, gives himself a little bit of preparation. It's what you get on these straights as well. Just allows you to just have a little bit of a breather. Doug will not want to be looking behind. He knows that Schuster will kind of like to just hold on a little bit on his own, and Doug just has a look on down, probably looking at his second monitor. Look at the damage on the back on that car. It's seen better days. Did not see that damage on the rear, on the front of Schuster. Kind of taken out some of the nose, and that green, it's a sponsor logo. That's where headlights would be for these GTOs, but nothing of the sort at the moment as more cars come on by. You get to see on board. I do love giving a shout out to our crew in the background with these fantastic camera angles. I've only seen the 007 camera a couple times. I'm sure they're now going to be slapping me on the wrist and saying, no, you gotta take a little bit more of that. But It's just the nature of the racing. Doug looks on. It's also nice just to see how the H pattern works, because a lot of these drivers, as you see, it's an H pattern. It's not a sequential he's using. Some drivers, they will quote unquote cheat with a sequential shifter. It's like, well, I'm still using an H pattern shifter, but you're sequential shifting. Doug, that is an into the gear. That is an into the gear type of shifting. What he likes to do, as we see Ryan Ware continuing on in the 6-1-6. He started ninth. He's still ninth, as Ferran Garal's had a little bit of a moment through before. And that was getting on the brakes there. I think he just got caught off from the Glacier Racing, not sure where he was going, and yet a little tap on the rear. Unfortunately, he goes on by as another car comes into the pits, a 73 DG Racing. Stefan Schwarzer into the pits as Ferran Grau is now on the back foot. 22 having to defend from Carrera and Brown. Pulling himself into this battle, but the key thing as well, he has to get by the lead GTOs. And there is the 007 camera. Real good opportunity. I think Ferran heard us and decided he was going to have a spin to bring everyone in, but you can see one of the favorite camera angles on GSRC. And you get to see everything, because behind him, Carrera trying to defend against Brown as they come to the lead GTOs. As you see, Grau will get on by, and then a little bit of an argy-bargy as Brown gets on through. Push Rod Racing Orange trying to catch up to Push Rod Racing. Gonna be working for the moment. Then out of nowhere, Daniel Gomez with a late send. Just saying, excuse me, Toby Courtenemi has lost a little bit of time here, because he's off that slipstream of Noah Lundberg. He has had the rough end of this traffic. As they do like to say, traffic giveth Adam, traffic taketh away.
Absolutely, and lots of traffic here today. The cars more or less evenly spread out across this track. Pascal sticks at that 26-second gap over Pedro Valencia as we continue to watch the battle between Daniel Gomez and Edino Salvio Correa, tucked in behind Andrew Brown and Ferran Grau. Ferran up in that 9th position in the Pushrod Racing machine. And such amazing battling that we've seen here today. Respectful battling. The attrition has been fairly low so far. We had the Transatlantic Sim Racing Gold of Stuart Ash, 15 minutes in the box at this point. There's Tyson Meyer back there in the 11th position. Tyson tucked in behind Lucas Gregorius, been having this battle for quite a while, especially before got pushed off wide through turn 1. So back up behind Gregorius, about 4.5 seconds back of Lucas Stroheim, and there's one of those misshifts that we talked about earlier, Craig.
Yeah, he's not going to be enjoying it. I'm sure if people's watching his stream or watching both, he's probably going to be cursing a little bit. I mean, anyone will be cursing. You know, let's be brutally honest. Anyone will be cursing and they missed a gear shift there. So many incidents we have seen this season started by just an accidental misshift. You can't deliberately misshift, but just a misshift that just causes some issues for the drivers. And that's one of those. But he's still in the slipstream. These, again, we use the analogies. It's the wedges, it's the washing machines, it's the cheese graters, crossed out, whichever one you want to call them. They do punch a hole in the air so well. With these cars, they don't need to punch a hole. They just go through the air. As Daniel Gomez continues on in the 164. Doesn't want to be too aggressive here. But again, the key thing here is we know how some of these drivers have been. Will Carrera, will he go to try and retake that position when he can? I'm not entirely sure, but with the pit cycle, we're now down to 13 cars on the lead lap.
Absolutely, 13 cars on the lead lap. Last car on the lead lap is Jonathan Oshalim, and Daniel Gomez deciding to take to the pits this time. Harry Fox is up ahead. Off cycle is that GTO, so nothing to worry about for Daniel Gomez in this scenario. But Gomez is going to take his Dorito to the box right now here on lap 46. Whoa, boy, Lucas Gregorius off track, and that should give that position over to Tyson Meyer. So Meyer having able to slide by. Quirk probably just a heavy sigh on that misshift coming out of Canada corner, if I know Tyson well. But Quirk able to take that freebie off of Gregorius.
Yeah, and what happened to Gregorius? It's another one. This is probably the third time I've seen it on that corner. Tried to just open the corner up even more. Got off the curb, clipped the rear tire onto the grass, slid the car. Real good save to hold it, though, because you've got that gravel there to help. But yeah, losing a lot of time. He's now 3 seconds behind Meyer. And then Mechanos just comes around him in front instead. Mechanos does a whole 360-degree rotation. I'm not entirely sure what happened there. Is that another moment? Yeah, it's another moment where the driver, and then Mechanos, oh, it's not going well for him there. He's got to try and get that turned around. Please, not there. He gets it saved. Another moment where the GTOs, just a lapse of concentration.
Absolutely, yeah. Gregorius just opening up the corner, didn't realize that Nick Mechanos is out there, and ends up spinning Mechanos, unfortunately. Looks like a couple of our leaders are in the box. Core Sim Racing's Sven Newman in the box right now, as well as Emil Bernstoff taking their time in the box. Pedro Valencia also in the box. So our leaders of the race currently in the pits.
It's going to be interesting again because we'll look at where they pitted, and they kind of pitted early this time because if I recall right, Core Sim Racing pitted lap 24, and now they pitted lap 47. So they went a lap less. So keep your eyes on that because they're not following the plan. And a lot of these other drivers as well, they weren't able to. Now you would think they'd be able to do more on the second stint than the first stint, being it's a full formation lap and use a lot of fuel. But they've done less laps now than they had the first stint. So keep eyes on what's happening there. It's going to be interesting in the GTPs to see how that fuel strategy worked out for some of these drivers. We see Schuster battling on in the number 13. He's got Doug Cloud ahead. Well, how many times have we seen this battle? I'm not going to say try and work it out. I'm not going to ask Michael to try and work it out, who does a lot of the stats for us. It's more of a case of they've been here before. They kind of know how this battle goes.
Usually goes with Doug Cloud being a staunch defender. Andreas Schuster is going to take a different strategy. He's going to think, well, let's try the undercut then. Andreas Schuster into the pits from the 6th position. He's going to change things up and try and get it done in the pit box rather than on track.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Early days as well, but that's actually really early again. What lap did he come in before? Because that's a very, very quick time. And I wonder, does he have damage or...
He does. He has front right damage on that machine.
He has, yeah. He can't be affecting him that much, surely? Surely not. Not behind Doug.
Yeah, he was stuck in behind Doug. So my question is what was he really feeling that the damage was affecting that much and that Doug was that slow?
I mean, are we now saying that Doug's slow? We know what Doug's like. He's not the slowest of drivers.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Let's not have a knock at Doug Cloud here for a moment. He is a legend of the series, and I'm trying to do my stats here. I'm pretty sure he does have a couple wins to his name on the broadcast. In fact, no, he doesn't. I now feel bad for saying that. Sorry, Doug.
Oh, I mean, I know it's a sore spot for Doug a little bit, but Doug is consistently a top, higher end of the top 10 driver, scoring top 5s as well, depending on the series. Let's take a look here and see what happened with Nick Mechanos once again. This is just a little bit of miscommunication, as was said. Gregorius is going to drift all the way back over, not realizing that Nick was already alongside. And there was a little bit of netcode, but that was inevitable contact in that particular situation. Gregorius could not have corrected the direction of the car before that contact occurred. Might not have sent Nick spinning as much, but that actually probably would have been worse if Nick wouldn't have spun quite as much, because he was able to bleed off enough speed and rejoin without much damage. But that being said, Nick Mechanos in that Death Grip Racing number 50, now back to 7th position.
To be fair, I think he got lucky because that's probably the most open part of the track when it comes to runoff. Anywhere else, I think he's in the wall. So he kind of got a little bit lucky. Look at the gravel and all the debris on the exit Canada corner there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he got a little bit lucky when it came to that. So that's one to keep an eye out for. As the Nexus Esports car comes in early again. So really interesting to see now the last car to take a pit stop. It's the number 36 with Fabian Jungblöf driving it. Did see a driver change in the number 80. Sven Newman now in the car for Core. So one to keep eyes out for there as the driver changes. And one thing we don't talk about is that also changes the fuel. As we see 3 cars, and we'll get back to that, talk about the fuel very shortly, as one of these cars is a lap down, and one of these cars is battling, and this is Jarrett Lee, the car in front, Stefan Schwartz, the car in the middle, and Ryan Ware right behind him with Ferran Grau trying to catch up, who Ferran's already taken his pit stop, and some of these drivers are already taking their pit stops as well. Just got to be a little bit careful right now, I feel.
You're not a lot of patience in that pack, and we just saw it there. Oh my goodness, a gigantic crash for Naz and Audi, who just got sent off through the kink. This is an incident that I've been hoping would not happen, but is fairly normal here around Road America. GTO aiming for the kink apex, and a GTP deciding that they're going to stick their car there.
And I hate to say it, Adam, it's not the first time it's happened in this time slot. And that's probably the second time I've caught that it's happened to, and it's so unfortunate. At some point, the GTO has to turn. And again, let's go back to that whole modern-day GT3 car, classic GTO car, as Ferran Grau goes on for an overtake on the Panda Racing 616. With those GTOs, once they turn, that's it. They're locked in. They can't make an adjustment. Here's a really good indicator. Naz has to turn in at some point. If he doesn't turn in, he's going to understeer off the track. He has to make that turn in at some point. The GTP, in multi-class standards, that GTP has to make a lift there and just give up the time. It will affect him, but the car behind would have been affected as well. But those GTOs, they have to make that turn. They're not going to make the corner if they don't turn in. Otherwise, they have to almost get to snail's pace. And that's kind of the normal when it comes to any sort of multi-class around here. The kink is always a dangerous situation. We've had 2 today. I'm just fingers crossing that's the only 2 we have.
Fabian Jungbluth makes it 25 laps before taking his pit stop. So once again, evenly splitting at 25 laps apiece. That should get him to the end of the race with 1 lap extra of fuel. So that's a great pace for Fabian Jungbluth. He might be able to take 1 less pit stop than the rest of the field, and depending on where he comes out and how far behind he is, that could be significant gains for him. But he's still in the box taking full fuel, and he's well beyond 40 seconds behind our current leader in core. Oh, goodness, that's Ferran Grau who's spun around.
Yeah, Ferran Grau all the way around. Surely he's going to get this done. No, I'm just going to reverse, just 3-point turn. Yep, and now he gets the left turn. He's keeping it safe. Very smart, and he's waiting, and that's what you want to see. And even more, that's the second time he's had a spin, and a man on his own is still, holding on. If look at the damage on the front. If you've got a team for when you're doing team racing, a special event, you've got someone to tell you, yep, car's coming. So you don't need to keep your eyes on that black box relative. For him, he's having to keep his eyes on that relative as well to work out what's happening. And I think he's got a bit of damage there because he's coming into the pits.
He must, because this is his first lap. That was his out lap. So he's back in the pits to take some damage repairs, I believe. I'm trying to take a look. He does not have any flags that would necessitate him into the pits. So this is a damage repair for him, unfortunately. Taking a look here at Andrew Brown. Once again, battling it out with another car. Ryan Ware. I think Andrew's had the most action of any driver on this circuit so far this race. He's been in constant battles with drivers on track.
Yeah, welcome to IMSA Vintage, Andrew, and just enjoy the racing. Just enjoy it. I'm just looking. I can't remember the last time I've seen Andrew race in the series. I'm just actually, while I'm looking at this, just trying to find the information myself. In fact, no, Andrew's never driven on a broadcast race. So this is kind of a trial by fire for him.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Not only that, just remember, he's on his own. So hats off, another one of those drivers who come into this to try and work it. We know the push rod racing guys. Aitor, we've seen Ferran, we've seen them before, a lot of them. We know what to expect. Andrew, not a guy we've seen before, but when you've got the push rod racing livery on, you know what to expect. That's a good thing. We know what to expect from those guys. Hard, fast, clean racing, really good pace, and he's really living up to that name of push rod racing.
Oh, look at this, a slow orange speed endurance SRT of Aaron Humphrey. Trying to see what happened here. This was just a He was slow coming into the... He's been slow for a while. The car just not happy. He was slow coming through turn 2, and it's almost spun it coming out of turn 2, and then he was slow off of 3, coming through the kink through 3, so the car not happy right now. He's dropped back 2 positions this lap, lost positions to Nick Pekanos and Fabian Jungluth. Nick back up to P5 after his earlier incident with our slowers GTOs.
Yeah, I think Aaron just clipped some of the grass again. Put some grass on those tires. It's never going to work for you. So unfortunately, that has not worked. The wind, by the way, I was just looking at the weather forecast. We were talking about those conditions. The wind's gone south now. It's coming from the south, not the southeast, which is very interesting because that's going to transform a lot of these moments, a lot of crosswind now on these straights. And you'll get a little bit of a crosswind coming down into Canada corner. Aaron's not happy there. I wonder, it's hard to tell. Maybe he's not taken 4 tires because this looks almost like you've got a little bit of a wonky tire on your wagon, my guy. Because it just feels like the car's not happy in a corner. And I'm saying a corner of a car, not the corner of the track. Because that's another position he's lost now.
It's entirely possible he has some under tray damage at this point that could be affecting his cornering stability. But he did take a 48-second stop, so it's full fuel. That doesn't necessarily mean if he screwed up on tire allocation, then it could be something like this, but losing lots of time. And Aaron Humphrey, we know this man, he's quick. So this is just a little surprising.
It's surprising, but he might be able to work it out there. It might also be use this for a little bit of saving. Whoever knows, keep your eyes on what can happen out there for him. This is the highest battle we've got on the track in the GTPs at the moment, and it's turned into a 3-car battle. For the GTOs, there's a lot going on for P1, P2, and then P3 and P4s in their own little battle. You can see on the wonderful timing tower. But yeah, Aaron, again, a driver I have seen about before, just looking to go. There was that damage I saw on that front right. I'm just questioning that. Was that damage I saw, or is that the contours of the car? Always tough to see, but now the cars have gone a little bit dirty.
It's the contours of the car. He's got the dive planes painted black, so it makes it look like he's got damage, but based on what I'm seeing, the car's dirty, but it doesn't have front clip damage based upon what I can tell.
Well, keep eyes on that. I just see the first car drive in. The number 2 for the FART as Bryson Phillips had a little bit of a moment for justice. He's trying to get a bite. It's Aaron Humphrey again with more moments. Oh my word. It is not going well for him. That turns in a little bit too early and goes off, and that was too much, I think. Again, we don't belong to the F1 rules there. I'm pretty sure they were side by side going into that corner.
I don't think so. I think Bryson take a late lunge at this one, and I feel like Aaron was in a position that there's a little bit of reverse banking on that corner. So I think Aaron had to turn in at some point, and Byron just was at a point where he wasn't going to hit the apex on that turn. So it was just a little bit of a racing incident, but unfortunate for Aaron Humphrey.
It's unfortunate. He's still going, but he's lost a lot of time. These drivers, they've not lost time. They're just doing their own little thing. It's Joran Van Hicks, who's currently sitting in the GTP Hunter in 6th position. He's got Yannick Cameron, driver we've seen make a resurgence in the series, working with him. They're only 4.5 seconds behind Doug Cloud up ahead, so they're pretty complacent in where they are right now. They don't need to be too aggressive. These cars coming by, and that is Fabian with Brian Phillips having their little battle. No, these cars are pretty much complacent. And remember, we've had one car come into the pits already, the FART endurance car. These guys, they pitted way later than about 6 laps later. Van Hicks pitted, and then Cameron 5 laps later. So going to be curious what they do as Brian Phillips goes side by side to try and make this move. He gets back up, lose it on the rear, and they go into each other. That's so unfortunate. Just had that position done, try to get on the throttle, and these are cars that you can't get on the throttle so hard and fast, and it just caught Brian off there. And I wonder how much damage he's got. Is there going to be a flag there for the 36 of Fabian? Fabian keeps on going. No flag for anybody, but that's a big problem because Fabian, well, he was on this different strategy. He was on a winning strategy there.
I mean, his car still looks fairly clean, so he lost a couple of seconds, but he is over a minute behind Core Sim Racing Sven Newman. So even if he is able to go without a final pit stop, and the drivers come in, and even if they take 30 seconds of fuel for their final stops, he's still going to be half a minute behind the lead. So the furthest up I think he could get would be 4th position, even with the strategy he's running right now. So it was an unfortunate moment from Fabian. I can report, I was about to say that Byron has been taking it very deep into corners. He's been fairly aggressive on those tires, and looks like that finally came back to bite him. Second lap in a row, actually, through Canada Corner that he had a spin on the exit.
Canada Corner claims another one then, and we know how bad that corner can be for any car, so it's just unlucky for him. Johan van Hicks continues on, and this is kind of interesting because these two are starting to catch up to Doug. That's going to be quite interesting to see. A little bit of a moment with Hamilton, Barrera, Ruiz there getting on by, but yeah, you look at it. They took out 3/10 last time to Doug. Maybe a little bit more this time. We'll wait and see. Going to be curious to see what they're able to do, because if they catch up to Doug, it turns into a 3-car little group here. Doug might be happy to have some help, just save a little bit of fuel, because then when you've got a car with you, oh my word, did you see these cars coming on by? You got a car with you, you don't need to think about lift and coast so much. You can just use the slipstream to your advantage, or you can use about 3 other cars for slipstream, as these two are doing.
Oh, car going off wide. That is Tomoki Garushi. He's going to rejoin alongside our leaders. Noel Lundberg and Topi Kortanimi taking it very, very cautious. You see Topi backing off, and you can see Garushi in the background with hot rear tires. Very common thing for these cars in the GTOs is having those hot rear tires and not really being able to do much with it. Look at this, Johan van Hicks bump drafting Juhani Kaminen in the Panda Express machine up further, definitely working together to try and catch their way up to Doug Cloud.
And do you blame them? That's actually a really good thing, and I think that's also, with Van Hicks doing that, that is him telling Kaminen, yeah, I'm working with you. I'm working with you here. We lost a little bit of time with that GTP, but I'm working with you. And in fact, I say they lost a little bit of time. They were half a second faster than Doug Cloud last time. The gap's gone to 4 seconds, so it's working for them. They don't need to be aggressive, and they're happy enough to work together. And when you think about it, again, they pitted, well, lap 28 for Kaminen, lap 29 for Van Hicks. So Kaminen's going to be coming in the next 10 laps, if my maths is correct, which is not. It's going to be the next 8 laps, and it's going to be about the next 9 laps for Van Hicks. So it'll be very interesting to see if they're able to do that same strategy that they were before, because you need that strategy when it comes to the GTOs.
I think someone did the math a couple of years ago on how much equivalent horsepower you gain from a car pushing a GTO pushing you in the draft. And I think this was done at the Circuit de la Sarthe, and it was an extra 120 horsepower was the equivalent of when you get that push draft behind you. So that definitely explains a half-second increase in speed for those two drivers. All right, going for round 3 here with Byron on Fabian, and let's see who is going to make what decision here. Is Fabian going to be a little bit more cautious with Byron and let him through a little bit in a different way, or is Byron going to be super aggressive and take this position away from Fabian?
Let's see what happens here, because Byron's going to use a slipstream to pull out, and the slipstream is strong depending on what you've got when it comes to wing. Gets it done. Now hold this down. This corner is actually easier than Canada Corner, even though it's slower, because you're able to keep the speed up a little bit more here. So he's able to hold on to that, gets on the throttle. Good driving there, and Byron gets it stuck, gets it going, and now he's able to just push on. Daniel Gomez continues his little battle with Seamus Power. Seamus back in the car. Looks like they're doing singles in that car, the number 16. And Seamus, once again, shows off his power. See what I did there? And he gets that position.
Absolutely, and Gomez choosing not to take a lunge at Samus there. I was about to say, it doesn't make sense to run side by side down that long straightaway this stage in the race. Essentially, what you're doing is you're just giving up the opportunity to fuel save. One of y'all have to pick, right? Like, one of you should pick to drop in behind the other one and just save some fuel. If you're both going to be going the same speed and going into the braking zone at the same time, might as well just pull over, let the other guy go and do that, and then you can save just a little bit of fuel. Every little bit counts. There have been quite a few endurance races that have been won or lost by a half a second in the pits under the fuel flux.
And that's why I love endurance racing. Everything is a battle of survival, and then the pit stops. And then you've got that decision of what to do in the pits. And I know with these cars, tires is not a concern. It'll only be a concern when it comes to that last pit stop. Because if it's a splash and dash, they're going to have to not take tires. But if it's a full pit stop, you take tires. It's a free set of tires, as it is with the modern day IMSA cars. But you put it out into the real world, you can take tires. You don't have unlimited sets. That's what allows some of the endurance strategy really comes down to what happens in the pits as Daniel continues to look. And they're about to hit the leaders of the GTOs. And I've got to say, we are an hour and 46 into this race. And has Noel and the Glacier Racing guys, have they been separated? Because it feels like those two cars have just been together all the time as Gomez has a bit of a slide trying to get on the brakes.
No, they have not been separated. They came into the pits together. They left the pits together. They've been tucked like this. And honestly, Glacier Racing has not been ahead since Noel Lundberg took the lead off of a misshift from Villirola down the back straight. And so ever since then, Noel Lundberg has been leading. And I think that's actually to the benefit of Glacier Racing at this point, because they might be able to run an extra lap longer or take a shorter pit stop. So whether they choose to do that, I mean, if they go up into the box and they have more fuel, then they'll take a shorter pit stop regardless. So they get to choose whether they want to do the undercut or take the tires and the shorter stop.
And I think they probably won't do that at this moment. I think they're happy enough to just go with whatever is happening with Noah Lundberg. Like, unless they have that extra lap to go by, I think they're just going to hold it now just for the moment and just decide, okay, let's just stick with this plan because it's working. And the key thing for them, now Noah Lundberg doesn't have the choice. It's either Noah Lundberg or it's Noah Lundberg who takes the final pit stop or the final stint. It may even be Noah Lundberg who takes the final stint. But Glacier, they got two drivers, and it's going to be interesting to see how they juggle this. Who would be the driver you want in that car at the end? Is it the guy with one of the most number of wins in the series on broadcasts? Is it the man that is a former champion in open-wheel classic cars on the sim? It's a tough decision. They have a very tough decision to make, and there is no wrong answer because they're both decent enough.
Taking a look at Noah Lundberg, he's currently getting passed by John Schwartz, who's got Tom Lennox Brown for company. Tom Lennox Brown is a lap down, was a little bit faster on raw pace. John Schwartz trying to catch up to Ezekiel Montero right now. I can report that Team Amber Dawn Amber's back on track, currently making her way through the GTO field, 8 laps down of our leaders. Heartbreaking for Amber, but still has an opportunity to make up some places if some other folks have some incidents, but she is on her own lap, 8 laps down. Next driver up the pack from her would be Paceworks Esports 115 Jarrett Lee, who's 5 laps down. And so it's a real challenge for her to try and make her way forward. Tyson Meyer has been able to catch up to the back of Luca Strollline for the 7th position in the GTOs right now, and Luca just falling afoul a little bit of some traffic. So Quirk with a good opportunity to gain another position here and make his way up to 7th position. Currently up 7 spots from a starting position of 12th spot today. So Tyson in a really good spot at the moment, and looks like he's latched truly onto the back of Luca and trying to get that move done. Probably, I would guess this pass is probably most likely to set up for turn 1, given the pace that Tyson has. And unless Luca has an issue here with the kink, it's so easy to have an issue in the kink at this particular racecross. Here's Nick McConnell's coming through. Nick has plenty of time to get to the inside of Luca before the turn in for the kink, so we're not going to see another repeat incident as what we saw earlier with the GTO and the GTP coming together through the kink. Nick McConnell is going to be happy about that one. Tyson tucked in behind Luca, riding on board now with Tyson, benefiting from that draft, just gaining a 10th here or there. They've got Danny Fonte tucked in behind at this stage, and Danny's going to sneak by Tyson. Tyson having to go over that large amount of gravel on the exit of Canada Corner at the moment, and that's going to wear out that's going to affect the turn-in for the next couple of corners. But Tyson focusing on that corner exit, gets a good launch, matching speed with Luca on the start of this run. As you can see, Byron Phillips and Tomoki Garushi going by. Both of them are in separate laps, so they're not in a battle. But Garushi's draft is going to help Luca retain this position as they go into turn one. So just that little sip of draft was enough for Luca to retain, but Luca slow off of the apex of one means Tyson's going to make the attempt around the outside, and Luca is going to give that position back up. So Tyson up to 7th position, and Luca possibly looking for a little bit of fuel saving or just worried about his pace right now. But Bice Baby up to 7th position in the GTOs. Now it's time to take you through our drivers who are no longer in this race right now. We currently have 42 drivers currently up and running at the moment. Pushrod Racing's Farron Grau is the latest driver to fall afoul of an incident. Currently 18 minutes in the pits. And then it's Mazzanotti who had that gigantic incident at the kink that we saw with one of the other drivers in the GTPs. We have Wiskins Racing Intoxicated by iTelemetry, who unfortunately wrecked out a little bit earlier, as well as Transatlantic Sim Racing Gold Stewart Ash. SRP Silver Team, SimRacingPro.com's Javier Soto. Nathan Dowd on his solo attempt. California Racing's Chris Schmitz in the 22. And then Tech Sport Academy Black, Ian Brown had a wreck out quite a bit ago. So quite a few drivers just not able to finish this race, but compared to some of the other splits, top splits that we've seen in the other time slots, Craig, this one has been fairly clean.
Yeah, let's knock on wood. Let's not jinx it now. While we've had a really good time out here. No, I have heard of some of the carnage out there in other splits, but it's the nature of iRacing, and it can happen to anybody, and it's just a flip of the coin, because you and I know best. We had the best of the best here a couple weeks ago at Bathurst. And what happened? Well, it was Billy Roller who had a mistake. Misshift at the start of the race. Half of the GTO field was taken out, so anything can happen. Even the top drivers make the mistake. So you've got to be aware. I like to use that you've got to be alert on a street circuit meme that Julian Palmer had, but no, you've just got to be aware anything can happen. And that's another nature of these cars. You cannot see a misshift. You see a misshift at the last moment, but you can't predict it because there's no brakes, there's no lights telling you, hey, it's a misshift. You just have to hope that there is none and you're able to get by.
Yeah, the only way you can see it is to see the attitude of the car change just a little bit as, you can see the attitude of the car change when the Audi is shifting, but if you don't see the rear of the car settle back down after that shift, you know it's been a misshift, but it usually takes a good quarter second to react to that. And that can be long enough to have an incident happen, just like we saw at Bathurst a couple weeks ago. I can report that Bice Baby and Peepokin T-Turn Racing have both come into the pits, so Tyson Meyer and Lucas Strolin back out onto the racing surface, and they're tucked in with a couple of drivers who have yet to take their latest pit stops. That would be Andreas Schuster and Alejandro Jans, but Tyson currently 7 seconds behind them, and Luca lost a lot of time in the pits. He's now 4 seconds behind Tyson.
Wait to see what they can do in the pit stop, because that cycle started, but Tyson pitting early. I wonder if that's for damage, because he did have a little bit of damage. Be interesting to see what happened there. Seen Danny Fonte on the World Sim Racing team taking on the ADTG Racing of Tomoki Garushi. Tomoki, I'm not entirely sure which way it's meant to be. but just going through, and even though they are a lap down, both of these cars, they're still battling. They're still in the mid-pack, which is still respectable on this strength of field. I haven't done the maths. It's tough to do the maths when it comes to team event, but the overall strength of field I was reading was 4,588, which is a very impressive number when you think of the talent we've got here. It's a really good strength of field. It's not one of the highest we've ever seen, but again, you're comparing a team event to a single event, but it is still a very respectable strength of field when it comes to this sort of event.
Absolutely, but it is wide enough that you have varying skill levels, which is actually something that you want in a race like this one, because it creates... If everyone's always... Oh my goodness, that was some contact there between Tomoki Garushi and Tyson Meyer. Almost a similar incident that we saw happen to Amber Darnbaugh, where Tyson... no, that was not Tyson, that was Luca Stroheim, who just drifted across... Was it? It was not Stroheim who did that before. That was Hayden Bramley who did that before, but that was a little bit of a scary moment there for Garushi, who just had a little bit of contact. Danny Forti, though, getting held up significantly behind our leader, Noah Lundberg, who's just now going into the pits. Noah, before coming into the pits, actually put a lap on Tyson Meyer. Here is Daniel Gomez again with Seamus Power. These two know each other well from the IMSA Vintage series.
Yeah, they know themselves very well, and they're going to continue on. Key thing I just wanted to point out that Noah Lundberg pitted, but Toby Cortinelli didn't pit because he's got a Tyson Meyer giving him a little bit of a fuel save. That's going to be very interesting as these guys come on by to the start-finish line. Daniel looking for a move. Not entirely sure if he'll get it because they've got side-by-side Timo Toika side-by-side with Seamus Power there, so there's not going to be a move. Timu lets them by as Daniel has to just wait. They know each other very well, as Adam was saying. Drivers that have been battling in that mid and the front mid of the field. At the front mid's the right description there, but they know each other. They've driven against each other, and that also just helps again for the respect, because Seamus knows what Daniel wants to try and do. Daniel knows what Seamus is going to try and do, so they've got an understanding of where they're going to put their feet forward first when it comes to making moves like this.
Looks like Jarrett Lee and the PaxWorks esports machine might be out of this race. Trying to take a look, and they don't have a flag, but I don't see another driver getting into that car. It's been 7 minutes, so unfortunately for them, that is likely it. Ryan Ware looking for an opportunity, as well as Steven Schwartz as well, trying to look for opportunities here. This is Steven Schwartzer behind Aaron Humphrey and Fabian Jungbluth, all battling for the 6th position. The Toyota Minolta leading all of these drivers with Orange Speed Endurance SRT and DG Racing 73 tucked in behind them.
I see too much green here, and there is a difference between the two cars of the green and a white stripe and a green. And even though they're a little bit dirty with the debris and the rubber coming out, you can just make it out as Aaron Humphrey really trying to get it going. And now those tires are warmed up a little bit. He's actually starting to get those times back going. He's still not up to pace, but he's now working with who he's got. He's got Jungbluth right in front of him. He's got Schwarzer right behind. So he's in good company. Doesn't have to push too hard. I wonder if he'll use this to hit the overspeed just to look for a move here. Decide against it. I thought for a moment he may have looked at it, but decides it's not worth it. Smart driving. And then for a driver that probably had a bit of tire temperature issues, you don't really want to be sending it there to make a send just to see what can happen. More drivers in the GTOs coming into the pits, though. Very interesting. We're on lap 6.5. Hang on. Am I right in thinking Noah Lundberg pitted lap 29? And what lap are they on? Because they're really starting to work it there. Is Noah Lundberg, Van Hicks, sorry, is he going to go even more laps? They're only on lap 57. He should probably go another 2 laps.
Ben Hicks is currently on his 27th lap of his stint. Billy Rolla into the pits on the 27th lap of his stint. So Van Hicks has an opportunity here. He's definitely playing the fuel game and stretching that car. So he's definitely got an opportunity to make some interesting fuel plays here. So Noel Lundberg just crossing the stripe right now. And he's going to be quite a ways ahead of Billy, I think. Billy just coming out of the box now. And
3
speeding
seconds.
up 3 seconds. That's a gigantic gap considering the two of them have been together for the entire race. And Villarroel was the one who was quicker in the pit box, but slower on the pit lane by a second, by 1.3 seconds. So that's a little bit of a surprise. Villarroel not maximizing, or rather Glacier Racing, front to end, not maximizing the pit lane speed.
I wonder if Topi thought he could make it, and then, yeah, that last lap was slower by about 4 tenths. I wonder if Topi misread what he could do on a fuel save there, because that's a lot of time they've lost, and it's now 4 seconds, and you're not getting 4 seconds back on a lack of fuel. So the question now is, were they right to go and stay out an extra couple laps, or is this going to plan? But now they're going to have to burn fuel if they want to catch up to Lundberg, which I don't think is going to happen. This could be a little bit of a mistake here from Glacier Racing.
But the issue is, neither of them have fuel-saving partners now. So now it's all up to the right foot as to how much fuel you're going to save. And historically, Glacier Racing has been better at that than just about anybody in the field. So I'll be really curious to see how this works out over the next couple of laps, because we've just crossed into the 2-hour mark of this race. Lap 57 of 124. We're not halfway yet. There's a couple more fuel stints to go. Glacier Racing could make up the 4-second gap in the pits if they play the fuel game right, but it's going to be a challenge.
Well, we saw the GTP Hunter, the number 25 car, come into the pit. So that is Van Hicks with another lap on. Well, it's 2 laps on Lundberg. It's only a lap on the number 12 on the Glacier Racing. He's managed to save more time, but all the other teams are now starting to save the fuel as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see where he comes out, because he's going to be put now 4th position, maybe even 5th. And yeah, it might actually be 5th, because he might be side by side with the FART car. So you've got the car who's saving the most fuel versus the car that, let's be brutally honest, has been absolutely foot down on the floor. And the difference between those two cars in terms of pit stops now is a staggering 12 laps. That is a big difference. That's almost half a fuel tank when it comes to Road America.
Absolutely. And the fuel strategy definitely coming into play here. It's going to be interesting. We're right in the middle of it, so we don't have any answers. We just have information. And so this is the time where the bookmakers really make their hay here, and the drivers really have to put pressure. Van Hicks trying to get past Hayden Bramley, because he knows that the only way that he's going to make this strategy work is if he is running as quick lap times as the 2 drivers in the front of the field. And we know that Hayden Bramley had that pace early on, but has followed off of it over the last couple of stints.
Just going to get a couple GTP, not battling each other, so they might give them this gap here, and that's handy. It gives them the gap, doesn't need to force any issues, so that's really handy for them. So it comes on by. Now the Battery Park Motorsports in the pits again. I'm not entirely sure. That's Stug Cloud with another pit. So I thought he just took a pit stop. In fact, yeah, he's just decided to take a lot of damage repair. It's unfortunate there. I think something happened to Doug later in this race, but we're watching Van Hicks trying to, well, really just push and more push. And that braking moment there going to turn 5, kind of interesting. And the cold tires are still not working for Van Hicks, losing more time. Plus side though, he's got Jack Wells right behind him. I'm not sure if that's a plus or a negative, because he doesn't really want to be battling from behind.
But he does want to be fuel saving. So the question is Jack Wells fast enough for what Van Hicks wants to do? Is he going to try and give Jack Wells an opportunity to sneak by? Is he going to try and draft off of Hayden Bramley? It's going to be a challenge for him to make this strategy work. I'm trying to see how far back of Noel Lundberg he is. It's quite a ways, so he's got some work to do here. It's a good 30 seconds, I think, that he's back of Noel Lundberg, our current leader, and Noel has been stretching that lead. 5.5 seconds for Villarroel at this stage.
took half a second off him last lap. Been interested to see what he's been doing other laps as well. That's not a good sign for Glacier Racing. Again, are they going to look back in an hour and a half and go, maybe we should have pitted with them. Maybe we should have pitted with him. Just unfortunate, but anything can happen.
Craig, there's a Jackson Berry who's backing his way into the pits right now. I haven't seen this happen in a while.
That's a heavily damaged car.
That's a very heavily damaged car, and he's decided to back it all the way up the pit entry and into his box. So that's a first for me here at Road America in an official iRacing race.
I mean, we might have to have a replay of that because it looks like he spun it, then decided to go into the pits. He actually managed to turn the car around, but he managed to pick up a bit of damage doing that as well. And in fact, he actually has given himself a meatball flag, and he can't even find the pit box at the moment. We're watching Aaron Humphrey head on by. Let's just watch this again. And this is a typical turn 14. Oh, loses the car, hits the bump on the grass, and gets it in hard hit. That's a suspension damage for sure. The rear is done. He couldn't find his pit box, and he decides, well, I'm here. I might as well just go. So he tries to keep it going, but with that damaged suspension, he causes more damage to himself on the other side, and just decides to just Hail Melon it in reverse. I don't know what the reverse of Hail Melon is, but Melon, not Hail, and then just decides to spin it in the pit lane to try and get himself pointing straight.
Bjorn Van Hicks has let Jack Wells by, so he's definitely committing to this fuel-saving stop. Or rather, the fuel-saving strategy. So he's definitely not playing it as fast as he could drive. I don't know, Craig. It might be too little too late for Yoram unless he can actually save an entire pit stop on the rest of the field. He's not going to be in contention for the win with this strategy.
At the end of the day, is he looking to go for the win right now? I think he kind of is now in that situation where I think he understands he kind of has to just go on this plan and hope for the best. I've been there myself. You kind of realize you're on that strategy. You don't change. He's probably not going to give you the victory. I did this before at a Le Mans race. It was a couple of years ago.
Daniel Gomez has had a moment. He's been slow off of Canada corner, and Doug Cloud got in the back of him and sent him heavily into the outside wall. So Daniel Gomez has some major damage, is trying to limp it back to the pits right now. But Daniel Gomez's contention for the top 10 is now over.
That's unfortunate there for him. Nothing on, it was just an accident there. And again, it was one of those things you mentioned, Adam. Granted, it was a little bit of a slide there from Daniel, but the GTOs a little bit faster out of that corner that we just put at Canada. And there's a lot of damage to the rear of that car, but with that suspension, is there suspension damage? That could be the crucial thing. He'll go down the order, an early pit stop. The only plus side for him, it's kind of in the pit stop window. So he's not having to do an offset pit stop here. That could help him. But again, yeah, he's going to be at least 30 seconds, if not more, in the pits getting that repaired.
So Core Sim Racing is in the pits from the lead of the race. Sven Neumann looked like he's going to stay in the car for a third stint, or rather for a second stint straight. So it's a dual stint strategy for Sven here. Pitted on lap 23 of the stint versus the 24 laps that Pascal was able to get out of the car twice. So Sven looking like he's on pace for one lap shorter than Pascal. 24 and 24 does not get you to the end of this race. That's 48 laps, and then 23 would be, that's where we are now at, lap 71. So if you add 23 to that puts us at 93 or 94, and that doesn't get you there. That doesn't get you to the end, so they're going to have to splash and dash as it is right now for Core Sim Racing Sven Neumann.
But I wonder if they've got the pace and they've got the gap for it. that's the next question we've got to ask ourselves. Drivers like this at the moment, you're looking at Aaron Humphrey in the Orange Bean Endurance SRT car. You know, he needs to keep this pace on now. He's not winning, but he's the type of driver that now they've committed, they have to go for this strategy. And that strategy they will go on. It's battling Fabian Youngblood, who is in that really alternate strategy. No one has saved as much fuel in the GTPs as Fabian. But look where he is. He's so far down the order. I think he was a minute 26 behind the core sim racing before they came into the pits. So he's not going to be battling for the win, but there's a podium on hand for him if he's able to keep that going. So one to keep our eye out for. And I was just looking, if you've got your marker pens ready to cross out your spotters guides, ND Solo, these are the retirements so far. The ND Solo car, the Tech Sport Academy Black, the Whiskins Racing Intoxicated car has also retired. The Transatlantic Sim Racing has retired. The California Racing Naz A, as we know, the Grid and Go car retired. The SRP Silver Team, the Paceworks, and the Pushrod Racing, they've all retired. So not a lot of cars have retired at the moment, though. I know there's a lot of cars not on the lead lap anymore, but it's interesting to see how many cars haven't retired yet.
Absolutely. 40 cars, I believe it is, still running in this race so far. Nick McConos is the latest to take to the pit lane. 24 laps on his stint, so able to stretch it probably as far as we're expecting any of the GTPs to go without a real good dance partner. Taking a look here at Hayden Bramley, had a storied race so far, was up battling for the lead of the race and just couldn't match the pace of Noah Lundberg and Villanova. Got into an incident, a couple of incidents, one with Nick McConos, as mentioned earlier, as well as a couple of other GTPs. But currently, sitting tucked in behind Jorn Van Hicks and Jack Wells. Van Hicks trying to go for the fuel strat work here in that GTP Hunter number 25. And Hayden in his FART Endurance number 2, tucked in behind Joram and trying to gain a little bit of fuel himself.
And I wonder if he actually will use this for fuel saving, or if he does keep going for this strategy, because, you know, they're definitely not even looking at a splash and dash. They're looking at just putting a whole extra tank of fuel in almost at this point, because, again, the comparison, they pitted lap 46. Van Hick came in lap 47. So that's one of the earliest and the latest pitters. And that's basically a 10-lap difference. And you keep that going, that's going to turn into extra. That's going to turn into extra. And you think these cars are doing 28, 29 laps. So 10, that's a third of a stint. Double that again, that's a whole stint almost. So it's going to be interesting to see what their pace is. But they are quite off the pack now. There's going to be a struggle for them to battle for that podium. But look where they are right now. Jack Wells, Van Hicks, and themselves. They're in a nice little battle. Set themselves up. They might be able to just get some positions here later down the line. It is going to be interesting to see what Van Hicks does. We know what Jack's doing. Jack's doing his own thing. But this with Van Hicks is going to be very interesting. This is almost the tortoise and the hare, but in terms of fuel saving.
Now this car that just went by them right now, the GTP, that's Pedro Valencia. Pedro just pitted. Pedro has been our most common second place runner over the course of this race, and is currently 27 seconds behind Sven Neumann in the core sim racing machine. Now, Pedro is quite a quick driver, but also has pitted two laps later than core sim racing Sven Neumann, when last time around it was 1 lap later than the core racing machine. So every stint he's been stretching it by 1 lap. I don't think that's going to make that enough of a difference to regain the lead over the course of this race. But it could bring Pedro within striking distance within that final stint. And that could make things very interesting here.
Well, as we were just talking about that, I just wanted to point that out. We just missed the FART Endurance car had an incident going into turn 6, towed the car right away and retired the car. Very interesting decision there from Hayden. So the FART is out of the race. Another name that I think you can put a cross through on the list is Peruzzi for Raw, having a bit of a roar on the throttle there, causing that car to be a little bit unsettled. But again, another driver we've talked about a lot here. They're up 2 places for the day. Still good running. They've got Emil Burns off the lap car. Well, not lap car. They're getting lapped again right behind them, and they've got Team right ahead. A quiet race for them, but again, these drivers that we don't see a lot that are able to just take advantage of what they've got. And it's really interesting.
Sorry.
Sorry, I was going to say, it's really interesting to see some of these drivers who aren't used to this sort of GTP try and tackle these sort of older GTPs compared to modern day ones.
And Max Kramer just had a self-spin coming out of turn 3. He's recovered and back going. No incident there. I took a look at the FART Esports Endurance incident with Hayden Bramley, and it looks like it was a misshift for Bramley just out of that corner right there underneath the bridge. So that led to the GTP hitting the back of him and sending him torpedoing into the outside tire barrier. Incident, like you said, it's an interesting decision to retire the car after that particular incident, but I think after being up there and battling with the lead and then finding yourself mired in the mid-pack and then having a misshift like that in an incident, that could be pretty demoralizing.
You think a lot of it as well, it could also just be frustration. And I've been there before. You get frustrated, and you think to yourself, is there any point anymore? And, you know, I can see that sometimes you just want to tap out. So I'm not gonna criticize a man for tapping out. Again, remember, been driving that car now for over 2 hours, which if you're not used to this car, it's tough in its first place to do an hour, and that's our endurance rounds on the IMSA Vintage. Usually they're 40-minute races, but an hour race, that extra 20 minutes can do a lot in terms of fatigue. It doesn't sound it, but in these cars, especially in the weather we've got right now in the real world, where it's a little bit humid now, spring's coming in, the temperature's starting to heat up, and now you're going to start thinking about just wearing your shorts when you're in the sim rig. I know this is a really weird tangent to go on, but you're in your shorts, you need a fan. If you don't have a fan and you don't have shorts, you can really start to feel that fatigue. And that just could be another issue, just the fatigue is hitting in. That might have been where the misshift come, and it's just so unfortunate. But yeah, it can be tough sometimes.
So the driver just ahead of this driver on track, this is Vittorio Petrucci in 14th position, that number 3 Roar Esports machine. Just ahead of him on track is the questionable Nissan. That's Emil Bernstorff, who we've talked about before. But Emil still is our hardest charger of the day, up 26 positions from 30th starting spot in the GTP. Emil is absolutely roaring on this course. Now, he's 42 seconds behind the lead, so there's not really an opportunity for him to try and win this race. His pace would have to be absolutely electric for the remaining bit of this race. We are past halfway, by the way. And so he'd have to be even quicker than he has been. But yeah, over the last couple of laps, he's been setting relatively similar lap times to our leader. And so he's put himself into a position where he has a good opportunity, if the leader should have an incident, of being in the battle for the lead. He is only 15 seconds behind Pedro Valencia, who we talked about previously, and is just going past Fabian Jungluth, who just took his next pit stop, 25 laps again for Fabian on his extreme fuel save strategy. So Emil in a solid third position, 15 seconds behind Pedro Valencia for second, and I think he's going to catch Pedro by the end of this race. So if anything happens to Core Sim Racing and the number 80 machine, he's in a great position to capitalize on.
I mean, it's safe to say it's not bad for a man that beat Esteban Ocon on pace in a real-world racing car, and also Alex Palou in a real-world racing car. And I could list off the names of the drivers he beat in the GP3 series, and I know he'd love to hear that if some of his followers were watching him. This man had free wins in the GP3 series before it went to F3. A really good driver, just when it comes to real-world racing. And then he's transferred it into the sim, and you know, if you're a real world driver going to the sim, you're always going to be quick. You're a sim driver that's quick that you go to the real world. It's a challenge, but with this man, he's been able to do it, and he's really started to charge up the order. Remember, he couldn't qualify he was still finishing off the last race. He's just done a GTO solo, and now he's jumped into a GTP. It could be one of the best stories of the weekend, because you'll get drivers doing multiple splits. How many of them are going to do back-to-back? How many are going to do back-to-back in different cars? This is a really good drive from Emil. I'm going to knock on my head because I don't really want to curse the man or put any bad luck on him. 41 seconds away from the leaders. I'm not saying he can win it, but he's made up the time, and there's definitely a podium on for him. Such a good drive for him so far today.
Oh, I mean, he can win it. He's just going to have some good luck. And some bad luck for Core Sim Racing. And of course, you don't wish bad luck. Oh boy. There's the moment. We were all wondering whether or not we were going to commentators curse Emil, and hopefully that was it. But Emil back going once again, trying to control those hot rear tires now that he's had that little moment there. Here's Doug Cloud back out again. He's just passed Bart Maicha for 10th position in the GTOs. Speaking of the GTOs, there are only 12 of them running on the lead lap at this stage. Actually, only 11 of them running on the lead lap at this stage in the GTOs. So Doug still on the lead lap in that machine, and Emil testing the edges of the track right now. But here is Doug. You can tell it's not been the best day for him. He does not look quite as peppy as usual behind the wheel.
He's not, but also how much the fatigue. Remember, he's on his own. It is almost 2.5 hours now driving, and it is a strain, and you can understand. Also, remember, how many of them are using H-pattern shifters out there, and he's having to shift and shift and shift. So that's also going to be a strain as well, because then that means he's holding onto the steering wheel with one hand. And again, you saw him. He's reached for the shifter just after the kink. How many times is he having to shift onto it? Then you're braking, and the force feedback comes in, and you're controlling the car with one hand. It's oh so tough. That's why we call this one of the toughest cars on the sim. So that's a lot to work through, and he's just trying to run his race. I know he had to come in for a quick repair of something. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I'll have to go and have a look back. So that's probably what's happened. He was running, probably looking for a top 5 if the pace was working, but he had to come in for an emergency pit stop. So unfortunate. And let's try not to curse someone, because the last time I was in this broadcast for the Road America 500, Adam, I kind of made the iRacing not top 10 because I quoted Joe was going to curse a man, and literally 5 seconds later it happened. So let's not curse someone today.
Oh, I mean, we already did it.
You already did it, not me.
Yeah, I already cursed Amber Donva, and she's back at the race, back in 23rd position, 8 laps down. Making progress on Daniel Gomez, who's also back on track after 10 minutes in the box in that FRE Sports 164 machine. But yeah, I hope not to curse any more people on this broadcast. But, you know, you were mentioning how hard Doug is working, and one of the things that really changed my perspective on I always knew that racing was a sport, but just how physical it was watching the drivers watching F1 drivers get out of their cars in Singapore, you know, having lost 8 to 10 to 12 pounds of water weight over the course of that race, and then also going to the Bristol night race of all races and seeing the drivers get out of the cars and just how tired they were, just how exhausted they were, and how dehydrated they were, especially when, not if, the drink bottle stopped working. Oh boy, Doug Cloud, moment there with a passing GTP. That is one of the moments where you are glad that you have an experienced GTO driver behind the wheel, because Doug was able to control that car and make sure that it didn't wash out of that GTP. The GTP just chose to take the exit away from the GTO through the kink.
Around the outside of the kink. I've never seen that work. I've never seen that actually everyone live to tell the tale. I think Doug's reaction there kind of says it all. Now he gets a chance, and I don't know what words were said, but you can see the frustration on his face. And I'm not a lip reader, but I can kind of see facial expression. That's a lot of frustration in the car. And I mean, I don't blame him. That's what, I've lost count how many times we've talked about the kink incidents, but that almost was another incident in the kink there. Thank God for Doug Cloud in that car, because that's interesting. You were talking before that happened. You were about the exhaustion. My favorite image when it comes to exhaustion, not F1, was Clint after the Charlotte Roval.
Yeah.
Clint Boyer, after the Charlotte Roval, he needed to win that race to get into the playoffs in his final season. The power steering broke. He drove 3 quarters of that race on a Roval in a NASCAR stock car with no power steering. But when he got out of that race, he looked... Oh, I've never seen a man look like that in my life. That just goes to show how much force they get, and they don't get the G-forces in their seats in the sim. But trust me, you still feel it when you're driving non-stop around tough tracks.
Yeah, and it's just impressive to see how these drivers tackle this. I know that when I did my one Road America 500, it was a race that I did with Total Downforce Racing, and we split it up between 3 drivers just to give everyone a chance around here. We did in the Audi, and definitely a good opportunity. 45 to go left in this race. We're, like we said, under halfway, and it's starting to feel like it's an achievable thing that we can do. You know, if you're a driver and you see that 45 to go, you think to yourself, yeah, I could do that.
There's light at the end of the tunnel now. You've gotten to the halfway point. You're at the halfway house. Now you can just really, I wouldn't say start to put the foot down, because you don't know where you're going to be until those the last pit stop. So there's no time. You're not looking at understanding where you are at the moment. You're just sticking on to whatever plan you're doing for yourself. And some drivers probably don't have a plan. They're just driving, which is fine. I don't have a, that's a car in the Hamilton Ruiz just parked up there. No idea why. If we get back to it, just some drivers don't have a serious plan per se, but they have an idea of what they're doing. Some drivers, they're really thinking about this, because let's be brutally honest, Johan Van Hicks is definitely thinking about what he's doing when it comes to that car, because he understands he needs to do a lot of fuel saving.
So Hamilton Ruiz just rear end came around on him through the kink, sent it into the outside wall, and his rear wing got stuck in there, so he was unable to pull the car forward. He's now taken to the pits and is towing the vehicle at this stage. So tough break for Hamilton Ruiz, down from 18th. He's going to fall back even farther. Taking a look at Johan Van Hicks, tucked in behind Jack Wells. Ever since Jack Wells passed Johan Van Hicks has been hanging out there, just saving more and more fuel. This is exactly the kind of strategy we're talking about. Here's the moment with Barrera Ruiz, though.
Too much speed there. And that's so unfortunate. Yeah,
it's all about the balance of the car. You got to dance it through there, and I think he whipped the wheel, and that does not work through the kink. You think you have all this downforce in this car, in the GTP. The reality is you're still on a knife edge, especially with the setups that the community builds. They're not going to give you any more downforce than like the absolute minimum that you can possibly get away with and drive quickly around this track.
And at the same time, we had a couple other incidents as well, because that was the 00 FRC Esports. The 164 FRE Esports also had another moment at similar time with Daniel Gomez. Well, that was with Daniel Gomez. So teammates having an issue. And then the 420 Justice for Racing also had a moment where they had to tow. Now, I'm not sure what happened to Daniel. He just pulled off after a mistake and retired. For the 420, it looks like they had some sort of hardware failure, because they just never broke for turn 5, and they decided to take the racing barrier at a little bit of a torpedo, which is unfortunate. So in literally the space of, I kid you not, 5 seconds, 3 cars, 3 different incidents, 3 different tows.
So we're getting closer to my prediction at the beginning of this race of how many cars would be left. I said 38. I think we're right about there right now. Those two are, oh, look at that. Vittorio Peruzzi just getting on that exit bump and just bouncing the car over the barrier. He's still trying to recover right now. He's going to be coming through the final corner now. driving it back, but major left side damage and a lot of suspension damage for that vehicle.
It's unfortunate for them because they were actually doing really well, just having their own little race. Gets it back into the pit. That's handy for them, so really good. Now here's the 404 connection lost. Thankfully, knock on wood, they've not lost any connection today. Battling with Doug Cloud out there. It looks on. Doug's a little bit calmer now. It's still very frustrating because, you know, he's in a pit. He's not had the best of races. He had to come in for emergency stop just to get some repairs. Then he almost gets killed at the kink. And again, it's one of those things that everyone's prepared for, but you don't like it when it happens. And here he is. And I know he doesn't have it on the car, but I've got to say it, Adam. He's making that car as wide as a Zamboni, and that's going to make him very happy if he hears me use that again. As another GTP goes around the outside on him, why not?
Absolutely. So he's dragging Bart along. Doug and Bart are 17 and a half seconds behind Lucas Stroheim. Lucas Stroheim and Lucas Gregorius were both battling with Tyson Meyer at some point. Tyson Meyer, I think he's just fallen off the back. He was 10 seconds behind the next driver, but I believe the next driver actually was Hayden Bramley. So Bramley being out, that puts Quirk 24 seconds behind Jorn Van Hicks, who's in that draft with Jack Wells. So, goodness, if any of the drivers up ahead of Tyson have an incident, Tyson inherits a top 5 out of this.
And let's be brutally honest here. Technically, Tyson's the biggest gainer in GTO. 9 positions gained today. Connection loss, we're looking right behind Doug. They're the second best, but yeah, Tyson's +9 for the day, which, again, 18 car field for the GTOs. So +9 is very impressive because every GTO set a qualifying time. None of them started from the back like we had a few of the GTPs. So he had to actually earn those positions. And yes, a couple of drivers had to take some toes. And we have now lost, I think, 4 cars are officially retired. I think 5, I've lost count. 4 or 5 GTOs have retired. But to be there at the back of the field, to keep on fighting, 42 seconds behind 2 really good drivers in the Glacier Race, well, 3 really good drivers in the Glacier Racing, 2 of them are Noah Lundberg, is really something to be happy with. Because then he's trying to catch up to these 2. And we don't know what Quirk's doing, or Tyson's doing. He's not doing a lot of fuel saving. So he might have a chance to overtake these 2 at the end of the race.
It's going to be quite an effort to do, but he is gaining quite quickly. Like you said, it's around 2.5 seconds, 2 seconds per lap at the moment. And still 22 seconds behind. He's got plenty of time to make that up. We're on lap 72 of 124, so closing in on 40 laps to go for these drivers. You can see Van Hicks just navigating the traffic right now. He's tucked in right behind Jack Wells. This is the closest, I wouldn't say battle, but the closest following we have in the GTOs right now. Van Hicks, absolutely on a maximum fuel strategy, is not interested in passing Jack Wells whatsoever.
It makes you wonder, and it's kind of the same story every week we're here, Adam. How the GTOs are always so close because they like that pack racing. The GTPs, oh, hang on, a mistake there from Jack.
The shift.
Very good, though. He got out the way right away, and I think Van Hicks realized he was getting out the way. Really good. Heads-up display by every driver there because they know each other. Jack doesn't usually drive the GTO, but he decided to drive with Johanny Cameron this weekend and working together. But that just goes to show, there's a lot of the regulars drive the GTOs. You don't see a lot of newer drivers drive this GTO. They get into the GTP, and I know some setup shop companies that they made setups. It was only the GTP. It was not the GTO. I get it's a tough car. I've never driven it. I know you're chuckling, but I mean, I should give you the floor to say that this is the car you've got to try. I know everyone likes the speed of a GTP, but what's more fun than driving a 4-wheel drive menace like this legendary Audi GTO? It'd be nice to see more drivers because if the split goes to show, 32 for the GTP, 18 for the GTO, there's basically double the sign-up for GTP in this race than there was for GTOs. Where's the love for the Audi, folks?
And also, quite frankly, you don't have to pay any money to get a great setup for the Audi. The community provides them for free on camelgt.com. and you can just go there and go to the forums and grab the setup for them. So save you a couple bucks on your way out to try an amazing vehicle. Yes, you do have to invest in an H pattern shifter, but the folks who are talking about, being fast and up here in the top split, most of them own one of those. And so try it out. It's a blast. It's an amazing car to drive. You really feel like you're wrestling a car around the track in a way that a lot of the modern vehicles, or even some of these older downforce machines, just don't quite feel the same way. I find it so satisfying to make a good lap in the Audi in a way that none of the other cars in the service can translate to, and that's why I raced it for so long, and that's why I'm here commentating for it. But all of that aside, this race has been great so far. We've had some great racing, some good battles. Let's take a look at some of the highlights for this series as well. We've come a long way here with 40 laps to go. I'm going to take a look at the race start for the GTPs. Very tense stuff, but very clean, at least in comparative to some of the other splits. Just one incident here, the 67 getting clipped. That other car was involved with the 67's incident. And then here's the GTO start, Craig.
Yeah, GTOs was very clean. Kind of what we expect for the GTOs, because they go green way before the start-finish line. They went single file, a couple of people just going a little bit side by side, but once they got themselves sorted, they kept it clean, as you start to see a little bit of barging around at the back, but they got it all under control, and that was the name of the story. A couple of damaged cars later in the race. We're looking at the brain freeze car having a little bit of a moment there, just getting taken out early in the race with what looks to be a miscommunication. They've been 5 laps down to the leaders after that, and that's not the only car that's had a lot of any issues out there today, Adam.
Now here's another car spinning through the kink. Very easy to do, no damage picked up there, but very easy to do in the GTP if you just get on a little bit hard. Here is that very, very deep moment for the number 69 Peepoken T-turn racing machine of Luca Stroheim. Stroheim almost taking it all the way into the escape road there. Here is the Glacier Racing machine of Villi Rolla up ahead, and then we had these 3 GTPs weaving through. This was a moment of 3-wide excitement under braking here just after the pit cycle. And look at that, going all the way to the outside and around the outside, taking it very safe on the rejoin. This was around our 2 leaders in the GTOs that they were having that battle. Very epic stuff. And then we have another GTP battle here with 4 GTPs, and absolutely the 81 just getting a little bit loose on the outside with all the gravel and spinning off wide. Unfortunately for them, that was the end of their race.
Then Amber Downber, a few laps later, she had a moment here, tried to hold it. Well, it was 67, sorry, not Amber Downber. It was fast by Sergio. Had a moment, held it all together. The kink has been, as we expected, a little bit of a danger zone out there today. This is what happened later on. More drivers coming on by. This was Downber. A little bit of miscommunication from the cars, hard into the barrier, and the slow-mo needed to show how bad it was. That was unfortunate for Amber. She is still out there, but she's 8 laps down after getting everything repaired and more. Christopher Lesniak also getting caught in a lot of that issue, a lot of that debris getting kicked up there throughout the track. That's been a lot of the issue for some of these drivers.
Absolutely, a lot of drivers just not used to the new persistent debris on track for these cars. And there is the incident that we talked about, where the GTO having to take to the apex and the GTP deciding that was where they were going to go. That was Naz Adati who got caught up in that incident. And here we are riding on board with another one of our incidents that happened. This was Fabian Jungbluth getting into the side of the 420 machine as they were coming through. That was the Justice for Racing Juice machine, and the Justice for Racing Juice machine also having a separate Justice for Racing Juice machine, the 420, same machine, just different incident, hitting the outside barrier and then choosing to reverse it back into the pit lane to retire the car.
One of the interesting moments there, and then we still had more battling in the middle of the pack as the debris started kicking up there, and some of these cars going by. A small slide and a bit of a moment as the cars came together. Just look what you have to deal with trying to get down that straight when you've got a lot of those cars going on by. Thankfully, while we've been talking, nothing's been happening. in terms of moments. But the sun is finally out, Adam.
Ugh.
This is good to see. It's 30 Celsius, 86 Fahrenheit out there at the moment. And this is what I love about Road America, because the moment those clouds go in, this track gets super cold. But the moment the clouds are gone, you might want to look at cooking an egg on this surface.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, this is really interesting now.
And one of the drivers who isn't happy about it is Tyson Meyer in the Bice Bice Baby number 4 machine. He's lost 4 seconds to Jorn Van Hicks and Jack Wells since the sun started breaking out here, and is losing a little bit more time. So, car set up for the cooler conditions, not ready for this shift into the sun. Possibly going to have to make some adjustments in the next pit stop. But if you haven't raced this car before, those decisions are going to be real hard.
Now, Adam, you know yourself, because there are things you can do in the pit stop in these cars. So what would you be looking at if you're having issues now with the car? Because a hotter track means the car's going to be a little bit less grippy. You got to be careful when turning in. You want to overheat the tires. What would you be looking to do right now in those pit stops with just the limited adjustments you can make?
I would be making adjustments to tire pressures for sure, and I'd also be definitely adjusting the brake bias in the car. If I knew that it was going to transition like this during the race, I might, which I don't think any of these drivers did, to be honest with you. I might even start off the car with a little bit of a looser setup than I wanted in the cool, so that when it became hot, especially in the Audi, the car would remain loose instead of just plowing the front end. And sometimes that means adjusting rake and stuff like that, and sometimes that means adjusting the camber. Camber can be a real good way to lead the front end of the car into the corner. But that's not something you can necessarily adjust in a pit stop. So it's going to be all tire pressures and brake balance would be my suggestions for the adjustments for these drivers.
This is an old car. It's not like you can get a wrench and just put a few clicks on the wing, or just make the car, in NASCAR you just do a little bit of an adjustment to the front. No, you've just got to all do it on that. And it's like nowadays they got a massive little switch they can use, a little dial to change to the brake bias. They kind of got something similar like that in those GTOs back in the day. But yeah, it's not the same. I mean, if you look at the cockpit, if you ever look at the cockpit of a GTO, they've got just 2 massive dials. There it is. 2 massive dials there, and then a lot of buttons, and that's about it. And those buttons are mainly just to help you start the car and enable your wipers and stuff. It's those big dials that really do all the work for those drivers. And when you look at it, this is an old school design, because everything you need is right in front of you. Your power, your speed, and that's about it. Oh, and your fuel.
Absolutely. And another adjustment that is possible to make, I don't believe it's during the pit stops, but you can also adjust how much of the drive is separated between the front and the rear axles. And sometimes putting a little bit more drive in the rear axle can get the car to be a little bit more responsive through the turns, but you usually pay for that with corner exit speed. So even though you're pointed in the right direction, you don't get as much of the drive out because of the way the differential has to operate in order to split that power. So it can be a real challenge. This is a very interesting situation, though. Jorn Van Hicks was happy to sit behind Jack Wells for a long time, but at this stage in the race, Jack Wells, having that misshift, is now getting the benefit of the draft from Jorn Van Hicks.
Yeah.
And it's making them go faster, I will say that.
Yeah, I've actually been looking at their pace right now. They're actually catching up to the back of Ian Bradsfield. The gap now is only 5 seconds, so that's one to keep an eye out for. Another gap, if you've been paying attention to the GTP timing tower, one that's really interesting. You see that the questionable Nissan has been doing some very questionable things, because the gap is now 6 seconds, and it's been lapping almost a second faster the last 3 laps. So very interesting to see what's happening there. Got to keep our eyes on that, because I did not expect him to catch up to Pedro Valencia so quickly. I must say, as Alex Chilcott almost going to the back of Jorn Van Hicks and managing not to go touch there. It was almost a you can't touch me moment, and thankfully they all stay alive.
And while we were in our highlight reel, there was an incident that happened between Andrew Brown, Sven Neumann, our leader in the GTPs, and Mickey Friesen in the Brain Freeze machine. Our leader, Sven Neumann, got into the back of Andrew Brown in the Pushrod Racing Orange machine, and that collected Mickey Friesen. This was off of the end of turn 14. So both of them, Mickey Friesen and Andrew Brown, have taken some significant damage. That's why Andrew Brown is falling back in the order. And my question is, did Sven Neumann pick up any damage? And he did. He picked up right front damage. So here's the incident. And this is a big deal. This is our leader in the GTPs.
Oh, and yeah. Oh, wow. That is a big moment, though, as well for Andrew Brown. He gets around. And where is Mickey Friesen? Where is Mickey Friesen? Where is Josh Bray meant to go there? They have to try and avoid, and don't expect the car to just veer off so much onto the runoff there. And that is so unfortunate. If it doesn't rain, it pours for Friesen and Brain today. That's so unfortunate for them. Thankfully, they're still driving, but what could have been? I think that actually caused Mickey to come into the pits and early and give the car to Josh, but that is so unfortunate for them that they keep on going. But yeah, what damage is on that Core Sim Racing? Pace looks okay though, Adam. Their pace is looking fine, so I don't know, but I've just looked at the front of the car. It doesn't look very fine.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all, and the pace is not fine either. Let's put this in perspective. Emil Bernstorff in the questionable Nissan is doing somewhere averaging in the 147 range. Sven Neumann, since the incident, is averaging in the 148, 149 range. So that's a 1 to 2 second difference over the course of 34 laps, with Emil being 33 seconds behind Sven. Do the math there. It's not looking great for Core Sim Racing if Emil can find some way to get past Pedro Valencia.
I don't think he needs to. Let's his new damage model, just damage model as they call it now. But how much time is Core going to be spending in the pits getting that fixed? That's going to be, to me, that's going to be 20 to 30 seconds of repairs, providing there's no steering damage. And that's going to be crucial, because if there's steering damage, that will not that front will not get bent out until the steering damage is fixed. So I don't.
Did that happen during the fuel though?
Just the fuel, not the tires. Not the tires. That's the important thing.
So the tires usually get done in about 25 seconds. Average pit stop is 48. They might be able to get the repairs done during the fuel cycle, but still, over the rest of this stint, now granted the stint's only 4 laps long, Sven's going to be losing that time. Yeah, it depends on whether or not they can get it fixed while the fuel's going into the car, and whether or not Sven can hang on to it until we get to that pit stop, and how different is that car for our other driver, for Pascal, when he gets back into it, because remember, he hasn't been in since the start of this race, and he's the one that put it on pole.
Well, Sven's going to pit. Sven's going to pit this time, I think. I think looking at it, they came in lap 70. They did 22 laps last time or something around that ballpark. Yeah, lap 68, yeah. So lap 58 to lap 7 or something like that. Yeah,
it's 23, I think, yeah.
Yeah, they're coming in this lap or next lap, I feel. So that could be interesting, because Emil, again, took a second off both Pedro and the Core Sim Racing car. So it is closing. The gap now 32 seconds, as you can see, and 3 seconds between Emil and the Pedro Valencia car. Are they coming to the pits this time? Sven's not coming into the pits. He's quite happy. He's getting slipstream. I'm guessing he is still able to hit the 5th gear. Again, old car, you don't get a gear indicator. You just got to look down at your gear stick, so I can't tell. But you can actually see when you're on the cockpit, you can see that the clip isn't flush. You can't, you're not seeing flush panel lines, so they know they have damage. Is it affecting them? A 47.1 was last time for the Core Sim Racing. I see Emil did get caught up this lap, but if it's a 46 something, start to be concerned and just pray that it's your time to come to the pit. It's a 47.3. They're all right for the moment, but they're gonna need to get that damage fixed ASAP.
So Core Sim Racing have given themselves a big buffer here. Enough of a buffer to weather this storm, possibly. But they can't have much more happen, because Emil Bernstorff is tucked in right behind. I can put that Tyson Meyer and Lucas Gregorius into the pits again. Tyson 25 laps on his stint. Lucas 26 laps on his stint. So By Splice Baby into the box. Lucas Strollheim continues on. He's only 18 laps into his stint. Our leaders, though, in the GTOs should be, at least Noah Lundberg, likely will be coming into the pits this next time by.
Yeah, and this is where actually probably one of the only times in the race where both classes come and pit around the same time, which is going to be a very interesting time when we come to the pit lane. And we did see it earlier in the race. Willy Roller had a bit of a moment just having to avoid a car to get into the pits. The leaders of the GTPs are in. Core Sim Racing into the pits. Now we know 119 is roughly the cone-to-cone time, but they're going to be taking a lot more time into the box. They had a 32-second lead over Emil Burnsoff, who's in third, and technically just take 3 seconds away from that. That was the gap that Pedro Valencia had. So it's going to be very vital, because I think Emil's going to be pitting this time as well, because he came in at the same time. The Pedro Valencia car won't be coming in.
Yes, Pedro Valencia going around. He's been stretching it out to 24 laps per stint. And another thing we haven't talked about yet, Craig, because we haven't had the need to, is drive-throughs for incident points. We know that a lot of drivers have been having some off-track excursions. It's entirely possible we're going to start seeing drivers fall afoul of that incident point limit at some point, and that could also play a factor into these strategies.
We've already had one. We've actually already had one drive-through. I did see it. It was one of the... I can't remember who it was. But one of the GTOs actually had to serve a drive-through, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was for incident points. So I'm not sure who it was. It was about 40 minutes ago. Crazy to think 40 minutes ago. We're almost at 3 hours in the race, but it was a time ago. So it's very interesting. Hello, this is interesting. We're looking at Jack Wells. I'm also looking at the leaders, and Pascal Stix has managed to get out in time with a fixed car. They've got all the damage done in the pit stop, like you said, Adam. They've not had to spend any more time. Car's fine.
Another interesting fact is that Emil Bernstoff decided to take a short pit this time. He went for a 32.9 pit box this time. So that means he's going to be doing a full fuel stint for his next cycle, unless he thinks he can split it with 2 short stops this time around. So Emil taking a strategy swing here. That's going to put him into an interesting position, because now he's only 18 seconds behind Pascal, but he should be able to jump Valencia in the pits using this strategy. And with the pace that he's had, then he doesn't have to worry about trying to pass them on track. So this might be a play to try and get that second position away from Valencia, understanding that he doesn't have an opportunity to pass Core Sim Racing on track given the pace and the time left in the race.
I do like that one. I do like that. I actually just decided just be a little bit cheeky and just check out his stream, to the Mill stream, just to see what he's doing. They are actually talking about us, so they're now going to be talking about me, talking about them, talking about us, basically. But it's interesting just to see what they're going, because he does actually have in his hands. It's kind of a bit of an advantage, and I'm not saying you're cheating. It's an advantage. He's got his own crew chief by literally just someone in Twitch chat watching the broadcast. So
that's not cheating. That's just the benefit.
It's a strategy. You know, like it's like they know there's a broadcast race. Tyson knows it's the broadcast race. You know, some of these streamers know it's the broadcast race. Some of them may have viewers that will be watching that. And yeah, this is actually a nice little advantage for them, because some of these drivers are on their own.
Oh, sorry, we've had a moment here with Jorn Van Hicks, Jack Wells, and Lucas Gregorius. Jack Wells getting into Gregorius a little bit, and Van Hicks had to slam on the brakes to avoid an incident. This puts him 3.5 seconds behind Jack Wells now.
It's all right, though. It's all right. Okay, he's not fuel saving anymore with Jack. He's lost a bit of time, but the car's clean. The car's clean, just like Tyson's car is clean right now. So it's actually really great to see that, again, damage repaired right away. And this is the shout out, because they've had the new damage model, 2 seasons now. Again, not new damage model. Everyone's got it. Here's this incident again. Gregorius comes on by, and you can see you get the better run because Van Hicks makes a mistake into turn 5. And then all of a sudden, it's almost like he's just a bit too slow. And that flicker of the brake there, I don't think he was comfortable on the brakes there, Adam.
No, he wasn't cut for on the Vakes, and Wellesley was going for a deep dive to try and make it past Van Hicks and retain that position. And unfortunately, those two things combined led to that incident. Little bit of patchy cloud work over the track at this point. It's sunny where we're looking now with Alex Chillicott, but I can report that in turn 1 and 2, it's back to darkness. So, as you can see, the weather changes are quite drastic right now. Track temperature has risen by 4 degrees Fahrenheit, 2 degrees Celsius at this stage in the race, but it might go back as we got more cloud cover coming in, as it's going to be coming out of that south side.
Just for the record, I'm not calling anyone else for doing for doing a little bit of stream watching and being a pit crew. It's just a nice little bit of an advantage you've got, as we see now that the temperature comes down. Now the track temp overall, and again, iRacing, I'm not sure how they take the track temp. I'm guessing it's an average because it's now 26 Celsius, 78 Fahrenheit. What? 30 minutes ago, it was up to 30 and over 30. So just goes to show you how all of a sudden this track can change. I remember in a sprint race once here before, we were looking at a 40 Celsius track temp, Adam. The cloud came in, it dropped to 26 Celsius.
Yeah.
That's a big difference. 4 Celsius isn't too bad, but then you have to start thinking about your braking point. You're starting to think about, where do I need to just be a little bit smoother when it comes to the steering. So you really have to start worrying about that a little bit. So want to keep eyes on later in the race, because this track is going to get warmer. It's 2:17 p.m. sim time, and they still got another hour to go. So yeah, there is still time for that track to get a little bit warmer, but I think we're at that point now where it's not going to get too warm.
Pascal finally making his way around the lapped car of Leon Buing, and Alex Chillicott in third position on track in the Nexus Esport. He has yet to pit. He's 1 second behind Pascal Stix, and he is probably going to be coming in next time around. Going on to his 23rd lap of this stint over the line now. Eric Bernstoff, as we've mentioned, 17 seconds behind these two in the battle for the lead of this race. And Pedro Valencia, as we've mentioned earlier, also has yet to pit. He's on lap 24 of his stint, so likelihood is he'll be pitting this time. I can also report that Toby Kortsuniemi has come into, in the Glacier Racing machine, has come into the pits, and as has Ian Brassfield. So from Glacier Racing, has come into the pits from the lead.
You know, I was just thinking, we don't have a Valenteas here today. If you know Valenteas, you know Valenteas like to do his last to first. He had an issue in the last time slot, and I think he's given up. He's lost a lot of iRacing this week, and that says that he's not had a very clean week, because he is usually the guy that decides there's not a lot to do, I'm going to do a last to first. Well, we don't have an Audrius Valenteas here today. Got an Emil Burnsoff, who I think might be able to do that, which would be mighty impressive, but we've got to get there yet. We've still got another 30 laps or so to go. And Alex is starting to put the pressure on Pascal. Pascal knows that Alex has to pit soon. But any pressure you can put on now, just to put a little bit of doubt in the driver, just could help it, because that car now, that number 80 Core Esport, Core Sim Racing car, it's not been clean. It's been very, it's had to be in the wars the last few stints, so it's going to be crucial. And by the way, just a gripe of mine, Adam, I don't know, it's esports, all lowercase. It's not an E and a capital sports, or an lowercase E and a capital S sports and lowercase everything. It's just esports, just lowercase. Am I the only one?
Just to double check, it's not a proper noun, right? Because if it's a proper noun, then you would capitalize it if it's a title.
Do I have to look at the Oxford? Do I have to? Because I don't think it's been added. But yeah, no, it's a personal gripe of mine for the last 15 years of doing esports. It's just esports. You don't need to do like an iPhone, or as they do with iRacing now, it's lowercase I, capital R. No, it's just all lowercase.
Well, it depends on if it's a title. If it's in a title, you do need to capitalize the E. But aside from that, I agree. Esports as the noun would be just lowercase. Also, it's contraction for electronic sports, so we could just say that too. All right, JO Motorsports into the pits. Seamus Power into the box right now. I can also report that in Orange Speed Endurance SRT, Aaron Humphrey took over the car once again in the number 31 machine. He's back out in 10th position. This is the battle for the lead, well, for second position in the race as Pedro Valencia finally taken to the box after 25 laps in that machine. Here comes Alex. He's thought better of putting pressure on Pascal, which is an interesting strategy, Craig, because I would be the kind of person who would be tempted to take to go for a move in that scenario on Pascal and force Pascal to sit behind me for just a couple corners, because I know that that'll slow him down.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea. I think you might want to look at it there. Alex goes straight in. No need to. No need to. So we've got 3 cars in the pit. Technically, we got 4 because the Pushrod Racing Orange. Remember we were talking and giving the high praise earlier for Andrew Brown? That race has unfortunately come to an end for him. He's in the pits with a lot of damage, and that was caused by clipping the tire barrier on the exit of Canada corner. And remember we talked about how damage to the rear of this car would upset the car? He decided he'd keep on driving for a little bit. He went into turn 1 and the car wouldn't even turn, and he just had to take it into the pit, into the tire barrier.
It's just heartbreaking to spend so long in the car and to have it end there. We are theoretically within our final hour of racing here. We've crossed the 3-hour mark today. Emil Bernstorff right now in that second position, as all of the pit stops have finally just about finished. Emil 16 seconds behind Pascal, but it's worth noting Emil took 14 seconds less of fuel than Pascal did in the pit box, so he has chosen to take this stint to be the one where he gets the advantage. So that means that he's going to be taking likely a full tank of fuel for the next stint. Am I even accurate on that? It won't be a full tank because they'll have less than the maximum stint length to go. So he's cutting up his advantage into parts, possibly so that he can take tires next time and have the fuel only time out with the tires, which will be interesting. There's Andrew Brown. Oh, there goes the rear wing.
So unfortunate. There it goes again. So unfortunate, but yeah, he called it quits there. It wasn't a case of the car wouldn't turn. It was a case of he just couldn't do it anymore, and he just, unfortunately, he called it quits. So that's unfortunate. I'm going to take a page out of Emil's chat here. I'm going to start using them to get my own strategy points in, because they've worked out that the core would probably need to do 26 laps to try and see what they can do. It's going to be interesting. I don't think they're talking about the tires at the moment, but they are looking at what the cars around them have to do to really get to the end here. And of course, it's very interesting to see that Emil did do that splash and dash, which, look at it, it's got him ahead. Really handy. I mean, we'll look behind them. It's the 36 of Fabian Jungblad. Totally different strategy. Still hasn't hit it. Great driving from the 36, in all due fairness. But I don't think that fuel-saving strategy is working for that GTP. Top 5 still up there for them, but against this lot, it's not possible. And here's another one we haven't seen here. This is Iker Estefania. Oh, no, that's unfortunate there from the 404. Another time. Adam, how many times have we seen a car going into turn 8 clip that grass?
Yeah, it's fairly common. Everyone's just trying to take the maximum amount because it's such a challenging corner. It's I think it's the slowest exit on the track, and it just feels like you're there forever. So Bart Majka getting into the side of that Nissan, unfortunately. So here is our leader currently, Noah Lundberg, by 4 seconds. I will say, however, that Topi Kortaniemi in the Glacier Racing machine was able to go an extra lap than Noah Lundberg. So this is exactly what I was talking about, Craig. I had a feeling that Glacier Racing would be able to make better fuel mileage on their own than Noel could, and that looks like looks like it's being true today.
You're incorrect, because remember, they went an extra lap last time. They did the same number of laps this time, and he lost another second. So that's the problem. They went that extra lap in the previous cycle, and it cost them 4-5 seconds, and they're still reeling the effect of it. And again, you're not going to get 4-5 seconds of time back refueling for one extra lap. that could be, they're matching with Noah Lundberg. They're not exactly overtaking. And, Noah's a fantastic driver. This is the sort of track that suits him. He loves the slipstreamy draft tracks. This is fantastic for him. But again, we've got to talk about Villarola, Toby Courtenemi, really good drivers.
Fabian Jungwirth is in the pits. He did 25 laps in this stint. There are 24 laps to go. Fabian Jungwirth is likely to be our only driver in the field who will be able to go to the end from this pit stop. The question is, how much time will he be behind those he's competing with, and how much of that benefit will come to fruition over the course of this race? We can only know once he comes out of the pits. I have a feeling it's going to be somewhere around the realm of 4th position.
Yeah, I think 4th.
Yeah, 4th will likely be a good result for him. Here is Topi Courteniemi. He is in 2nd position. We were just talking about him as Fabian Jungwirth gets up and running in the pit lane. He's about to come back out. But Topi Courteniemi, 5.5 seconds back of Noah Lundberg, pacing with Noel, but not improving, not gaining time. It's been interesting because Topi has been in the car since handing it over. So Villy and Topi have been trading off, and Villy couldn't gain on Noah Lundberg either. So neither driver has the advantage on Noel. I was thinking to myself, well, maybe Villy can get in the car and have that advantage, but I forgot that he had just done the last stint. I don't think either driver has the ability to catch Noel on the pace that they need to run right now.
And I'm just trying to think. With no offense to Topi, I would always put I would always put Villy. I would put Roller in the car. With no offense to Topi, just because that's his. Just cursed the man. He's just gone wide. That's more of his strength, because again we go back to it. Topi Courtenemi, really good open wheel driver. He's still a decent sports car driver. I'm not knocking his sports car ability, but again, you look at it. We look at these stats, and the stats don't really lie that Michael's given us. Roller is the better of the two drivers when it comes to this sort of driving. So it really does feel like he would be the one to be able to try and stop, Noah Lundberg. But even with how spread out this field is right now, even with the fact that we've lost a third of the GTP field, there's no places that he's able to make time up here. It's not now a case of the traffic's holding them up. It's just raw pace, and matching is not going to do it. He needs a little bit of a stroke of luck. I don't want Noel to crash, of course. That's not what I'm saying. But he does need a little bit of help right now, and it's going to be tough for him to get that, I feel.
So Fabian Jungwirth does come out into 6th position. He is currently 18 seconds behind 4th position. So he'll likely inherit 4th when everyone comes into the pits for their final pit stops. Granted, they're going to be coming in for a very short amount of time, so it's entirely possible he won't even improve positions because of how short these folks are going to be able to short pit. So now we enter into the stage of the race with 22 to go, where anyone can pit at this point and make it to the end. So now you get to start thinking about if the undercut makes sense for anybody. And that's going to depend on traffic. That's going to depend on what you think your raw pace is going to be, and how much you think the penalty of carrying extra fuel is compared to the penalty of having those older tires.
Are we now saying that we probably are in that zone where we can now go, this is how we're doing it, this is what we did, this is now we know where people are and people are going to do? Is we've had an on-track overtake with WR Brazil getting past the Rising Panda racing car, the 616, so that's the only battle on the track at the moment. It just goes to show how spread out the field has gotten. Where you just look at the timing tower here, and just look how spread out everybody is. This is probably the closest. It is the only close battle we've got on the track at the moment. Say that there's another one with in the GTOs, but this is Ryan Ware in that Panda car, the Rising Panda Racing, trying to battle the WR Brazil. Again, different strategies by these teams. 4 laps later did the Pandas take a pit stop. Probably one of the last ones to take a pit stop. Yep. Actually, yeah, they were a lap after the 36 of Fabian Jungwirth. So really good driving, but it's obvious that they're a lap down due to some damage. hence why. But 4 laps is going to be really handy. And here's Doug Cloud. Love seeing Doug. And I got to be honest, Adam, I would be sweating after 3 hours. I know I've been sweating after 3 hours driving a car with a full wheel rim. He's looking good. He's looking good. He's looking cool, calm, collective. I want to be Doug.
I mean, Doug wears the sweatband for a reason when he races the Audi. It's something that I learned to start doing after racing the Audi myself. It's a very physical experience. And Doug making that awesome move on Lucas Gregorius through turn 1. It's a little bit of a late braking move through turn 1, got it done. Puts Lucas behind him. Now he's going to try and close that 8-second gap up to Lucas Strollheim up ahead. Here is Ryan Ware. Ryan coming out of the pits last time by. As he goes by the pits one more time, he's going to make that pass on Adino Salvio Carrera in the WR Brazil machine. Rising Panda Racing in the 616, moving up to 10th position.
Moving up to 10th, just getting past some more drivers, but a little bit wide goes Ryan. Just a bit too hot there coming on the throttle. He's going to be losing this, but there is a bit of overlap, so I expect him to do a little bit of fighting. In fact, look at the difference in setups because he's got level. Now, then you can see that 75 lifting a little bit. You can see that he's taken a little bit more wing off, just probably a click, just allowed him to just get that pace because they weren't drafting. That was side-by-side speed, and Ryan really able to use that to his advantage. And I think now that may allow him to just keep on going, provided, knock on wood, no more incidents. And I say that just as we come down to turn 8, which has been a hot spot and something I was not aware was going to happen today. A corner that's caused more issues, probably more issues than the kink has that turn 8.
Yeah, turn 8 is my least favorite corner on the circuit, and it's not because I don't enjoy taking it. It's because it is the place where people make stupid decisions the most often, in my experience. And so it's a challenging corner for people to exit from, especially the GTPs tend to spin up their rear tires quite often. It's challenging for people to brake into because there's a little bit of a bump in the braking zone that can catch people out and shove people into other people. So you have to look for the dive bombs. You have to be careful of the GTPs on exit if they spin up the tires and are slow ahead of you. It's just a place where I always am worried that something's going to happen when I go into that corner in a pack of cars.
I have an issue with that corner, you know, not for that. It's more just an issue that it's always a corner that you just don't know what to expect because it works differently than every other corner on the track. Even though like it's a 90-degree left-hander like turn 6, you've got a little bit more angle to it, and you're going downhill. You've got to get hard on the brakes, and you can see why we had some issues today with drivers trying to just open up a little bit, just to try and do more and just tap on the brakes. Again, we got to keep our eyes on a mill because that gap keeps shrinking. It's there on the timing tower. I don't need to say it. It's on the timing tower. It's under 15 seconds now.
Absolutely. And we are in to the final stints of this race. It's going to be 1 1/2 stints, probably. We're on that one stint, and it's going to be the half or less stint for the final bit of the race. Emil closing underneath that 15-second mark and just quick in that car. It was matched lap times this last time around, but Emil doing on average, as I said, on average now in about the 146.8 range. Pascal has been sitting around that range as well. So Pascal at the moment doing everything he needs to do, but the pressure is on. If Pascal makes a single mistake, that's going to bring Emil into striking distance.
Yeah, we'll wait and see, because I think that final pit stop's going to be very important, because remember, Emil, shorter stop, in fact, 13 seconds shorter, really worked on it. He has to make this work, and I feel like he is going to make this work. He's got that plan, really doing it, and I do like the fact that, again, he's got a little bit of a pit crew coming along when he's got his Twitch chat. Fantastic. I love that, because it is what you expect to see. So what's going to happen later on is when it comes to the pit boxes, because remember, Emil didn't set a qualifying time. So he's going to be quite early in the pit box, where the core sim racing has to go all the way down the line. Now, why is that interesting? Emil doesn't need to save more fuel because his pit box is going to be before the start-finish line compared to Core's, which is going to be after the start-finish line. So they're going to have to save more fuel. I know you can save some by just going half throttle down the pit lane, but they don't have pit limiters in these cars. Got to be a little bit careful there. This actually could be a little bit of a minor blessing for him, that he doesn't have to use all the fuel up just in the pit lane.
And I've been watching Pascal in the Core Sim Racing machine, and Pascal is pushing. He is pushing very hard, and he's making a couple mistakes. He made 3 or 4 mistakes last lap, and that led him to lose 1.5 seconds to Emile. So Pascal is feeling the pressure from behind. He knows that Emile's coming, and Pascal is putting everything on the line in these final stints to try and stretch this gap. Right now, it's not working for him. I think the funny thing is for some drivers, the difference between pushing at your absolute max and driving comfortably can be as little as 1/10 to 2/10. But in that difference comes a risk increase of somewhere around the realm of 40%. At that point, that is where it would be good if Pascal has his fellow driver of Sven in his ear saying, "Hey Pascal, you don't need to push. Just drive your race. You have the pace to beat him. You don't need to push."
And that is where it's great having that teammate. So again, I had that little bit of a joke, but it is true. Having a couple people in a Twitch chat for a guy doing it solo, like a Tyson, like an Emile, that can really help them right now because they understand. But at the same time, you also want that teammate to tell you, don't push. And as someone that picked up a 12-hour victory this season, the one word, well, I don't know what the words were because my teammates were Dutch, and they spoke to each other in Dutch when they went for the final stint, but I'm pretty sure the words were, this corner, this corner, this corner's the problem. You don't need to do anything. Just get the car home in one piece. That's what you need right now, and that's probably the advantage that Core have right now, that Pascal has right now. He's got that driver, as you were saying. Sven's right there in his ear saying, you're fine. Don't do anything crazy. You're fine. But that gap is coming down again. It's 10.5 seconds. 0.8 taken out that lap. And again, remember, Core, they have to take go 26, we think, to make this work. Whereas Emile, he's already done his splash and dash technically. He knows the number he's going to, and he's having a really good time through the traffic.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, because I remember in the race that we won as Total Downforce Racing, one of the special events that we won, I think it was Bathurst, where I was focusing on the relative too much and was losing time because I was trying to push and just getting frustrated with the relative. And I remember Riley Thompson telling me, "Adam, turn off the relative. I'll give you the cars around you. I just want you to race your pace." And so I did exactly what he asked, and my pace increased by 0.5 seconds a lap because I wasn't stressing about it. I was just driving the track and driving my race. And the car behind still gained, but I drove better because I wasn't in my head as much. And I wonder if Pascal's just a little bit in his head right now as he continues to lose about 0.5 seconds a lap.
He just had a hesitation moment as well coming to turn 14 with a GTO coming on by, so it could happen. I've had that similar situation, and a lot of it is just that anxiety. And
Oh, interesting. Emile's into the pits.
Emile's into the pits now?
Into the pits now.
Clean air. It's a strategy. They are looking for a gap in the field, aren't they? They are looking for a gap right now to put him in, and I think that might be what they're doing.
I don't know if that worked for him though, because Amber Donbaum, Lucas Strollheim, and Vittorio Peruzzi just came into the pits with him. But it's also for tires, Craig. He's going to get the benefit of tires because he has to put more fuel in the car. He thinks this is going to be worth it.
Yeah, this could be. Yeah, this is actually. I like this, and now
deep undercut. Oh my goodness.
Now, Corn, that we were just talking about this. When does the drivers start to, when do they start to now have the hesitation? And if I'm Pascal, if I'm Sven, I'm going to have a little bit of a different audio to my voice, because there's going to be a little bit of hesitation to my voice right now, because if I've seen that and I know he's gone and taken tires, because that's another thing that's very vital right now. Where has he come out from? Where has Emil come out onto the track? You know what? He's done this pretty well. Great timing. Where's the traffic, Adam? All of a sudden, we've got a barn burner for the last 20 laps.
So here's the thing. Pascal and Core Sim Racing can make the decision to come in now and immediately cover off Emil, and then it's just a straight shot to the end between the two of them. Or they can stay out and gamble and try and stretch this, which it looks like they're going to do, and try and gain the benefit of going longer and having just a quick squirt of fuel at the end. So Core Sim Racing is going to take what I would call to be the traditional strategy, not the Formula One strategy, but the NASCAR strategy of sticking it out until you are in your last gas of fuel, coming for just a splash, and then try and beat the driver to the line.
But Adam, who are they stuck behind right now? It's Fabian Jungblöv. What's Fabian doing? He's doing a fuel save race. That's not what they want to be. Yes, the next car that they will get held up by is Tyson. It's Tyson Meyer, just up the road, 3 seconds up the road. Yes, it's only just one GTO. But is that enough of a risk, being that you just got held up by the man fuel saving? I'm not entirely sure.
Oh no, Emil has had an incident! Emil through the kink! There was a slow GTP, and Emil has piled into the back of the two GTPs that were caught up in the kink. It was Max Kramer who had a self-spin moment through the kink, clipping the inside. And then Adino Correa. Oh, this is the end for Emil.
I am stunned. That was it. That was it. I mean, we'll have to get a replay, because you look at that and that's one of those moments where there's nothing you can do. Look at the car. Here we go with the replay. Now, we're not going to see the crash right now. We're going to see the aftermath, and you're going to see there's the spinning car. He takes the avoiding action. Now, did he clip? Did that car in front of Emil clip the other car, or was it just losing the speed, just hitting the wall? I'm not entirely sure. It was hitting the wall. Emil would have been fine. The car in front, and again, we're not going to blame the car in front for it, because they're trying to get out the way of a car still sliding. It was, again, was there a way to go there? Emil couldn't keep straight. No. He had to go there. And it was
he had to go right. The car was there was smoke on the left. You could clearly see where the car was. It was the only place where he could go where he knew he wasn't going to hit the slow car. There's nothing Emil could do. He can't. I mean, you could blame the spinner if you want to, but there's nothing you can do about that.
He tried to lock it. In all due
Everyone did everything right. It's just the racing gods did not want Emil to win today.
Sometimes you've got luck on your hands, sometimes you don't, and sometimes you've got to hold, and sometimes you've got to fold, and that is so unfortunate for him. And I mean, again, we go back to that voice that your crew chief will be telling you if you're Pascal right now, if you're Sven, like, your first thought is they've crashed, and you don't want to raise your voice, and then you realize, oh no, because the way that race ends is not the way anyone wants to see an end. No. Core will probably be happy that they've now probably got a run to the line, but they wanted to do it on the track. They didn't want to do it due to someone having a moment like that. That's so unfortunate for Emil. You think 8 hours driving now, basically, well, 7.5 hours non-stop, and it comes to that. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, and it's one of those moments where if you're Max, you're also thinking to yourself, what did I just do? Because Max is still out there racing. He has no damage. Max is the one who spun at the kink. He's got no damage, but the man who was battling for the lead, like, just got taken out because of his spin. That's in your head now if you're Max.
I'll tell you what I'm just seeing as well. Again, I shouldn't really be looking at someone's POV stream, but Emil was actually straight away apologizing. He's taking responsibility for the crash.
And that's just a class act.
He's saying he should have broke more, and you can understand that, you know. He thought the gap would just open up there. I don't think he realized the wall was there. I'm not sure. I'm just going through the thought process. But to just go straight away, look back at it and go, that's on me, I'm sorry. Like you said, that's a really good class act.
There's John Schwartz battling with Pascal Vale for the 9th position. This is DG Racing 73 ahead of John Schwartz in 11th position. I report that Andreas Schuster's into the box. Andreas on an alternate strategy for most of the rest of the GTO runners in the Compute Global Hyper Magnet Sim Sport 2 machine in the number 13. But this is 2 GTPs battling it out for 9th position. Christopher Lesniak behind them is not in this battle. He is a couple laps down.
Yeah, now we gotta get our heads back on, and of course a lot of drivers as well, probably looking at that strategy and what was going to happen. Now they're just going to have to just get themselves going again. And Pascal, different Pascal now, trying to hold on. Crazy to think that these guys are a lap down. They're not a lap down due to incidents. It's just the pace that these front runners have had today. The core sim racing, you've got to tip the hat off to them as well. Just the pace they've been running in these cars now, just holding forth and holding on. It's going to be interesting because some of these cars can go to the finish. Pascal's going to struggle, I feel. John definitely will make it. But you're now starting to look at it. Whoever pits now has the time, which makes you wonder, when does Core come in? A 50-second lead, yes. Would you want... this is what I'm thinking, Adam. I would pit now if I'm Core.
Yeah.
Just to cover off, because if anything happens, you can pit to make up the time. Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Also, those of you on our stream, take a look at the timing and scoring, and take a look at the track line that we have at the top. Pascal is just about to catch up to the biggest bit of traffic that is left on the circuit. And look behind him, there's this gigantic gap between turns 1 and 4. This is the perfect time to take to the pits and come out in a decent gap. I mean, I'll be honest though, it is about 3/4 of a lap that he'd lose, and that would actually put him in that pack that he's about to catch up to. I think he's going to have to do it once he gets up to that pack instead. So probably another lap or two's time, and then pit and put yourself into clean air for the rest of the race.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't. They don't need to worry about trying to find the right way to go right now. But you just know they're going to. Emil's actually going to get this repairs all done. It's going to be 5 minutes in the box. He's just getting it finished now. He'll be out now, so he's going to finish that race. He's probably not going to get a top 10, but still, he's going to be finishing at worst 14th at the moment. So that's still good to see. Pascal continues. Just keep on driving and just keep on doing what he needs to do and put those times in. Doesn't need to go too hard. And I do wonder, Pascal did start the race. Would he stay in the car for this final bit? I think Sven's done a lot of driving, and Pascal did a double, Sven did a double. Pascal's in a single at the moment. Does feel like Pascal will be finishing off here. And, you know, he qualified the car in pole position. I think it's only fair.
And my thought, if I'm Sven, is I got us the damage, so I don't deserve the last stint anyway. That would be my personal thinking as a driver. Here's Pascal navigating some GTOs. Clean, consistent, able to get through that traffic. Very clear communication to the GTOs as to where he was going and when. That's exactly what we like to see. Looking down at the GTO lead, Noah Lundberg has been able to stretch it by another 2 seconds this stint. There is Noel dealing with some GTP traffic, taking the apex away at Canada Corner. Nothing unusual there. Topi Kortaniemi, though, Glacier Racing, neither of the drivers have had the pace for Noah Lundberg today. Ever since that little bit of pit strategy, just the undercut from Noel, 1 lap of an undercut, meant all the difference in this race. Broke the draft between Noel and Topi, and Noel has been able to lead ever since. He's got 6.5 seconds. You've got just under 11 laps to go for the GTPs, so Noel looking good so far.
Yeah, again, we'll look back at that. We'll look back at that after the race. Was it right to go with that extra lap? Again, it wasn't a slow lap. It wasn't the fastest of the lap, but it was still a lap that they could do. But somehow...
They were behind Lundberg, so they saw him take to the pits. They could have followed. It was a choice that they had.
It's just one of those, like, it's really interesting how it just costs them so much time. That's the thing that's really surprising, because you don't lose 4 seconds on the track with GTP traffic in a GTO round here. unless you have to get on the brakes super hard. But his time, a 2:05 in lap, did not say that he had an issue like that. So something really happened there. Either Noel had the outlap of the gods, or it was just the wrong decision. But yeah, again, you're going to be talking about that for a while.
Well, so it was both. It was three things. It was not the greatest in lap from Glacier. It was a great outlap from Noel, and then the time in the box was an extra second and a half. Sorry, the time in the lane was an extra second and a half that Glacier Racing spent in pit lane. So it wasn't a maximized pit lane time either. One of the things I talk about a lot when I am watching IndyCar with friends is you need to maximize your time in pit lane. Races can be won or lost based on how you get on and off pit road, and that is absolutely true. And it's rearing its ugly head here too, because even if he lost only 5/10 on his in lap, and Noel gained another 5/10 on his out lap, then they lost the other 1.5 in the pit lane.
You talk about it as well for IndyCar, but it's also, you look at F1. Why is it they always used to say it's hammer time, Lewis? Because you need quick laps to get in, and you need to maximize. And we talk about F1, how the pit stop used to be, fuel, tires, take your time, down, in, you're fine. Nowadays, it's done. Like literally, just when we're talking, every car's done about 5 pit stops. That just goes how it is nowadays, and that's the difference. You really need that efficiency in the pits, and it also comes as well to that entry to the pits. A lot of the drivers, and I'm guilty of this, they don't try to take as much speed into that pit lane as possible. They just try to make sure they're at the speed and then get there. Some drivers are almost locking the brakes as they're coming into the pit lane, and that's so crucial, because just that extra 10-20 meters of flat out speed can really cost you gain you about half a second. Yep. Just by getting a really good entry into the pits.
And also making sure to be extremely efficient on the lines that you take in the pit lane as well can shave off another quarter second just in that alone. My pit in and out were my weakest points when I was racing this car. And it would routinely lose me about half a second to my competitors when I was racing, whenever we had our endurance rounds around here, in IMSA Vintage, back when it was Camel GT. And so I started working on that, and it feels really good when you can pass a dude not on track but in the pit lane, because you're just that efficient. And so as I worked on that, that's why I did it, because it saved me from having to battle on track, and that saved me lap time overall.
I loved the undercut when it came to sprint races in IMSA and stuff like that. Hit early and go in. By the way, the leaders of the race, Core Sim Racing, in the pits now. Their final pit stop is on. Johan Van Hicks is battling just a GTP that's just gone off wide. I think that was Victor Peruzzi who just went wide. Here's a battle that has been brewing. This Van Hicks took the fastest time of the GTOs last time by 2:04.546. All of a sudden, he's got the pace. This is as high as he's going to get. It's going to be a podium for him if he can, but he has to get past Ian Bradfield. And remember, because he saved so much fuel, he spent 4 to 5 seconds less in the pit lane than the others around him. That's allowed him to get this advantage and get right on the back of Ian Bradfield. And it is crunch time for them now, because there's only a handful of laps left. Because where's the leaders? Lap 117 of 124.
Oh.
Only 8 laps to go for the GTPs.
18.6 seconds in the box for Pascal Stix. That's all he needed. Pedro Valencia may be able to go to the end from here in second position, but it's going to be a stretch. It'd be 26 laps, and we haven't seen a GTP do that all day. And without a drafting partner, Pedro really doesn't have an opportunity to save that much fuel. So we think that Pedro's going to have to come in for a splash and dash themselves from second position. That puts Nick Bacanos into a decent opportunity, depending on how short Pedro's pit is. Let's see, that's about 30 seconds to go lane pit entry to pit exit if you don't do anything in the box. So that means that if Pedro just had a drive-through, that would put him out on track 3 seconds ahead of Nick Bacanos. So if Pedro needs to take that extra pit time, but also Nick Meccano still needs to pit, so there's a whole bunch of factors left to play in this. The only driver who knows for sure that they are where they are and they're going to go to the end of the race in that position, barring an incident, that's Pascal Stix in the Core Sim Racing number 80.
Yeah, and I think also the 36 of Fabian Youngblood, I think he knows he's going to be here now. He's 5th position. We're watching John Swartz have a little bit of a battle with the GT Racing team in front as well. Fabian Youngblood pitted lap 100. He'd be able to go to the end, but he's trying to catch up to Alex Chilcutt, who's 7 seconds up the road. Not sure if he's going to be able to do it, where you've got this battle right here for the back of the top 10. Anytime you get into the top 10, still good in an endurance race. Really good to see. And it's kind of interesting. One thing I just really found interesting, when you come to an endurance race in iRacing, usually when I talked about how people that don't qualify or don't do a good qualifying, they're usually at the top of the field at the end of a race. No, the top 2 started 1st and 2nd in GTP. I can't remember the last time I've seen an endurance race where the leader had been the leader all race. It's pretty crazy. The only time they weren't the leader was when the 36 had their different fuel strategy. That's it. I've never seen anything like this before from Core Sim Racing.
Ryan Ware battling with Seamus Power right now. They got Amber Dawnbaugh, who's trying to still do that recovery drive. Amber down in 19th position, 9 laps down. Next driver up the road is Tom Lennox Brown, 5 laps down. Here's Ryan on the inside of Seamus as they go into the corner. And look at this. Seamus is going to get a little bit bottled up behind Amber, but Amber, realizing that the battle's going on, tries to push through the corner, but gets held up a little bit by Tyson, who just came out of the pits. Tyson, with an early stop as well, only went 20 laps on his run, is going to pull over to the left-hand side and let this battle go by. He doesn't want to get into the middle of this.
Where can Amber pull off right now? This is the kind of the issue, because there's nowhere at this moment that she can just pull off to one side and let them by. Even if she starts to lift right now, Ryan's lost so much time here. There's nothing that she can do. And again, she doesn't have to let the cars go through. It's just the way it happens. You know, sometimes you don't need to do that. John Swartz has had a moment out there as well. He's had a big spin. In fact, I think he's lost his wheel. Rick Wing, they went side by side, did him and the GG Racing and Pascal Whale. Nothing he can do. Back to this, Amber still hasn't had an opportunity to let them by. Again, nothing against that. Blue flag rules. It's not it's not mandatory, it's advisory. But there's nowhere to let anyone by. Maybe now if she needs it, but again, that gap between Ryan and Seamus has just opened.
Well, if Amber did try to pull over to the side at any point, she would have advantaged one of the 2 drivers. So at this stage, even though she's advancing Seamus with the draft, there's not much she could have done to get out of the way of these 2 without affecting the battle and really making it a dangerous situation given last lap. But it should be different this time around. We'll see whether Amber decides to pull over. Like you said, it is advisory, the blue flag, so she doesn't have to do so. But let's see what happens with Seamus and the kind of overspeed that he gets and whether he decides to take a move here on Amber. Amber drifting a little bit to the center of the track, and Seamus going to stay back tucked in behind. They're about to go past Topi Kortanemi, 2nd place in the GTOs right now, 5.8 seconds behind Noel Lindbergh. See Amber taking it deep through the corner. And here comes Seamus and Ryan as well.
See what they're doing. I'm keeping my eyes on as well with the Ian Bradfield Van Hicks battle for P3 in the GTOs, because that's been very close. But Ryan still trying to push on to Seamus. Still nowhere for Amber to go by. But I don't think Seamus is worried, because Ryan just goes a bit too wide. And we've seen that a couple times out there today. Keeps it out the wall, but that might be all she wrote in that battle. Not a lot of time left for those drivers. So 10 minutes left in the race roughly. And he's gone off again. I think that might be all she wrote. And Seamus may be able to hold on to it.
Pascal with the fastest lap of the race from the lead, with that fresh fuel, and now pushing all that he can to the end. Here is the battle for the last step on the rostrum for the 4th time slot of the Road America 500 for the IMSA Vintage series. Here is not a points round for these drivers, but Joran Van Hicks and Ian Brasfield are going to duke it out for the last step on the podium.
And they are going to have a nice little fight. And I wonder when Van Hicks decides to go for this, because he doesn't have the fuel, but he has the fuel, if you know what I mean. He pitted, he didn't have to take on all the fuel, but he's not gone extra, so he doesn't need to go over aggressive with this. Deathgriff Racing, the number 50 in P3, they've come into the pits to do their final pit stop. Nexus will be probably the next ones to take the pit stop, and Pedro Valencia as well. But now we just look 25 here of Van Hicks trying to do this solo, really doing well. In fact, Brasfield also trying to do this. What has he got left as Van Hicks doesn't get the run here? And now this is sprint race territory. This is where Van Hicks excels. He knows what he needs to do. He's going to do it. The gap has been made. He's going to go side by side. They have a little bit of a touch. They both just put their steering wheels together. He's going to try to do this around the outside of turn 1. He's done very well, but the more they fight, the more it's going to hurt them. Van Hicks holds on to it. He's got that P3, and the 36, a Toyota Minota in the 36. That was the Fabian Nublev car. They've had to take a tow.
Oh, no. After all that effort of trying to make it to the end on fuel, I'm trying to see what happened here.
Canada corner on the gravel, on the grass at Canada corner, and just the car just left them, hit the bump, and they just try to go around into the tire barrier. They went. Absolute heavy damage there for them as well. 3
hours and 41 minutes into the race. Just one little moment of getting your tire off the track. That's what ends it for you. That is heartbreak. Here is a battle that we've also been watching. Tyson Meyer and Lucas Gregoris. Unfortunately for Lucas, he's going to have to pit again, most likely. He's on lap 23 of his stint with 4 to go for the lead GTP of Pascal Stix in the Core Sim Racing machine. He's battling with Tyson, but Tyson just took his final pit stop. And so Tyson is more or less free and clear, ready to run to the end, and Lucas still has yet to take his pit.
Yeah, here's this battle. Fabian actually in the car. You can just see just too much on there. Just couldn't get that car off the gravel in time, and that's a heavy hit into the tire barrier, and that is so unfortunate for them.
Just a lapse of concentration, Craig. It's one of those moments where if you're in a sprint race, you know, you'd only been running for 30 minutes, you probably would have just lifted just a little bit to make sure that you didn't slide that left rear tire and go off into the wall. But after so long, it's hard to remember that. Ooh, looks like we've got a spinner here on turn 1. Lots of debris on the exit of the corner there.
You know what the spinner is? You know what the spinner is? This is some late drama because it was a GTP that spun and Noah Lundberg caught sight of it. And there is a little bit of damage on the front of Noah Lundberg. And that gap has gone down to 4 seconds. Now hold on 1 second. There's still a little bit of time left in this race. The fat lady has not sung yet. I apologize for my wording there with the old phrasing. It's lap 122 of lap 124 for the GTPs. And that means there's only a handful of laps left. Glacier can see Lundberg up the road.
I guess we could say the opera star has yet to sing the aria, but yes, here we're going to see that moment. Noah Lundberg coming up on another GTO, and there goes the GTP through the corner. Just a little clip to the right-hand corner of that machine. Has to go off track. That's where he lost the time. Doesn't look like a lot of damage on the front right of that machine, so hopefully won't be affecting him too much. But Noah Lundberg, 4 seconds now is the gap between himself and Topi Kortuniemi and Glacier Racing for the lead of the GTO class. Pascal Stix, 3 to go. He's going through the carousel this time. He's got a lot of traffic to navigate, but no competition behind for 15 seconds. Back to Pedro Valencia, who's trying to do this entire thing. He may be able to make it to the end, but it would be a miracle.
I mean, that's what they need right now. A miracle could be everything. Now, by the way, the top 5 in GTP all are in the same positions they started in. That's just absolutely,
that's insane.
Absolutely mind-blowing. That probably won't happen because they have to all do pit stops here. Sans the 50 and the 31. We'll wait and see. I want to see what happened to Lundberg here, because this time it's going to be a little bit slower, but he's also got a little bit of slipstream. He kind of needs it, and that slipstream's helped him because he's able to just use this to pull. If he's down on top speed, it's not showing it, and that's a little bit of damage, and it could have been a late hiccup for the race, for a race that he's dominated since the start of the race. I mean, he's able to keep it under control, and that gap's actually growing. So let's just keep our fingers crossed, because I think that damage is just a little bit and nothing serious.
You know, that the strategy call to come in 1 lap early. I'm not even sure whether it was a strategy call or whether it was just a fuel necessity for him. But the fact that the call for Glacier Racing to go around again, we keep coming back to it, but that was the change in the race. That is what has broken the draft, and then the Glacier just has not had the raw pace to catch Noel up to this after that point.
I mean, if this was an IMSA broadcast or something, you'd be talking about the keys to the race, you'd be talking about the pit stop award, and it would go to Noel Lumbo for just that decision, because whatever it was, it worked. Or was it the fact that Cortinemi and Roland made the wrong call? We don't know. At the end of the day, though, even if they stay with Lumbo, look at the pace. In all due fairness, I don't think they would have had anything for Lumbo today, because even in clear air, they're matching each other. So that just goes to say a lot about what's happening, because it almost feels like he may have had this one regardless. We just don't know. It's one thing to say, it's one thing to do. So we'll be interested. But for the penultimate time, Pascal 6 will come across turn 14. He'll go up the hill. Barney is going to be waving the flag, the white flag. And after 3 hours, 45 minutes and 59 seconds, finally, there's one more lap to go.
Absolutely. Pascal has had one hand on the trophy this entire race. From setting pole to the rest of the race, the only challenger for him was Emil Bernstorff from the back of the field. Fell afoul of an incident at the kink. Was taking ownership of his part in that incident, but had an opportunity for the win here today, but couldn't quite make up the gap. Pascal Sticks in that number 80 machine, just absolutely dominant today. Behind Pascal is Pedro Valencia, who took the white flag, so is going to attempt to finish this thing on 26 laps on a single tank. He's got 18 seconds back to Alex Chilcutt, who we haven't talked about Alex much, but very solidly in that third position over the entirety of this race, 53 seconds ahead of Death Grip Racing's Nick Mecanos. Nick having had a couple of incidents in this race. Just a great drive from these racers, as well as Aaron Humphrey in the Orange Speed Endurance SRT. Those drivers have not had an uneventful race either in that fifth position. They may be a lap down, but that's still nothing to sneeze at all. But Pascal Sticks, he's got some traffic up ahead of him. He doesn't need to pass them, and he probably won't. He'll probably just stay behind. Let's see what happens here with Andreas Schuster. Yep, he's backing off. He's going to take this opportunity to slip inside of Andreas Schuster. Is he going to let Noah Lundberg go an extra lap? That is the question. Pascal Sticks gets on the gas. The answer is no. Our two leaders are going to cross the line, one after the other. Pascal Sticks crosses the line and wins the fourth time slot of the Road America 500. And there is Noah Lundberg, who wins in the GTOs as well.
Topi Cortinemi will finish 4.5 seconds behind. He gets to P2. Fantastic. And Pedro Valencia with the fuel save. And what a fuel save. Gets the P2. Had 51 seconds to play with. Did not need them. In fact, only needed 1 second. Gets it done. This is the drive that's been impressive, though. Van Hicks tried to do an alternate strategy. It worked. He's managed to get this. The gap may be 39 seconds to the leader, but a podium for Van Hicks has got to feel relief after the week he's had. Fantastic driving there from Van Hicks. And very shortly, coming around with just a few more corners, it's Alex Chilcutt. Nexus Esport, we've not talked about them. We've not talked about him a lot. He's been able to hold this, and he's also done the same fuel strategy that Pedro did. It's helped him hold that P3, because that was a close battle with 17 seconds. He'll come home into third. All the cars are finally coming home. But again, I've got to stress this. The top 5 finished where they started.
Yeah. Top 5 in the GTPs finished where they started. Noel Lundberg finished 2 positions up from where he started in his Noel Lundberg BTO machine. Glacier Racing losing the lead to Noel after Noel's strategy play. Nick Mecanos comes home in 4th position in his GTP, and Pascal Vale is going to come home in the 9th spot. Ahead of Adino Salvio Correa, and Max Kramer, I believe, will be the last one to cross the line. What a race we had today. It was full of strategy, full of very clean, good, respectful racing. Not a lot of angry incidents we had today, Craig. That was a fantastic race.
That's what you want to see when it comes to endurance racing. A lot of these drivers, they're not used to this car. They've adapted pretty well. They've gone into the deep end of the pool and they've done fantastic. And it's just been great to see just so many strategies. The heartache at the end for a couple drivers, the near misses as well for a couple as well. Just everything you want in an endurance race.
And that will take us to our results here. Core Sim Racing takes the win with a fantastic drive out there from Pascal Stix and from Sven as well. Fantastic drive out there. Pedro Valencia on his solo run comes home with a great fuel strat at the very end, actually throughout the race, since he took a short stop at about the second stop, comes home in second position. Nexus Esport with Alex Chilcutt behind the wheel for the final stint comes home in third with a similar final stint strategy to Pedro Valencia. Nick Bacanos had a couple of incidents out there on track today, put him back into fourth position, and Aaron Humphrey rounds out the top 5 with that Orange Speed Endurance SRT machine. JO Motorsports with Seamus Power behind the wheel finishes in 6th position, with Rising Panda's Ryan Ware finishing ahead of John Schwartz on his solo run. Pascal Vale is going to finish in the 9th position in the DG Racing 73 with WR Brazil and Yeet Esports. That's Adino Salvia Carrera and Max Kramer finishing in 10th and 11th positions. And then we have the World of Sim Racing Team SE2. Iker Estefania comes home in 12th position. Nice to see Iker out racing with these cars again. Emil Bernstorff had an opportunity for the win, but just fell afoul of that incident, as we mentioned at the kink. In questionable Nissan, he comes home in a questionable 13th position. Not the greatest number for luck. Then we have Jens Brothers Competition 2005 with Leon Boying finishing that car in the 14th position, with the Toyota Minolta Fabian Jungbluth having to take a tow very close towards the end of the race because of an incident at Canada Corner. Timu Toika, it's been a while since he has raced in this car, and it puts him back into 16th position with the FA Racing machine. Roar Esports with Vittorio Peruzzi finishes 5 laps down in 17th position. Beamed at Motorsports with Tom Lennox Brown in the number 14 finishes in 18th spot, and Team Amber Domba with Amber on her solo run. It finishes 9 laps down after an early incident at the kink as well. The rest of the drivers had trouble. Loot Crate, Pushrod Racing, ADG Racing, FR Esports, both of their vehicles right now. Justice for Racing Juice, an early incident. Paceworks Esports, Pushrod Racing, Fast by Sergio, SRP Silver Team at SimRacingPro.com, California Racing, Tech Sport Academy Black, and GridandGo.com Esports did not start the race.
You got the hard work, I've got the easy work with just a smaller GTO field, but Noah Lundberg wins the battle overall from the Glacier Racing, who comes home in second. And then the GTP Hunter of Johan van Hicks on his own will be in third, with the Femboy Furryland residents in fourth. And the Panda Express will be fifth, with Battery Park Motorsport Doug Cloud on his own. He gets sixth, a lap down what could have been for him, as the Compu Global, Hyber, Meganet Sim were finishing in seventh, and Tyson Mayer, Bice Baby, comes home in eighth, with Lucas Gregorius in ninth. And the Peepo Can't Turn Racing, well, they started 10th and they finished in 10th, and just one last page to go with just some of the retirees as well. Kronos Sim Racing, they actually were still there on that lap down. Connection lost as well, as I just missed them in 11th, with Kronos in 12th. Brain Freeze had that moment. They finished 6 laps down in 13th. And then the retirees, the FART Endurance, Naze, the Whiskins Racing Intoxicated by iTelemetry, the Transatlantic Sim Racing Gold, and the ND Solo were all the retirees for the GTOs. What a race. And I think we may have, I'm not entirely sure, we do have some interviews. I tell you what, you had the hard work. I might as well take the easy work here, Adam. I'll take on Topi here, because it's only fair. Give your voice a rest. Topi Kortanemi for Glacier Racing, who came home in second. And I've got to ask Topi, that decision to go one extra lap, are you kind of regretting it now? Because it seems like that one pit stop might have been the deciding factor today.
It was actually 2 extra laps. We were expecting 109 lapper race, but it was a 107 lapper race, so we had 2 extra laps in the end. And maybe the pit entry was the pit entry and too much fuel. We talked about it with Will, and maybe that was just enough to lose the draft, and Noel was fast, so he deserved to win this time.
He drove pretty well, but you drove pretty well yourself. You and Ville there. You know, let's not you either. As we've just seen highlights on the broadcast, we're not looking. This is always a tough race to do it, or to do 3.5, 4 hours. And thankfully, you had your teammates a day. How much did that help? Not in terms of you could have a rest, but how much does it help to have someone there talking to you, telling you what's happening and what to do?
This time it was very useful because for some reason my fuel calculator wasn't working, and so wasn't Ville. So the guy who wasn't driving was doing the fuel calculations by hand. So there was always something to do and check for the Nissans and the accidents. So a teammate definitely helpful this time.
Yeah, always good to have a teammate. I'm just managing a pen and pencil right now. Paper and pencil doing that at the moment, but that's probably what it is. This is always just a fun race. It's the 3rd year in a row we've done it, and it's always nice to see not just the newer drivers, the regulars, and yourself make a comeback. Is this what you were aiming for this season? Because I know you've dipped in sometimes to do some of the racing. I know you're not as active as you can be nowadays. Was this the one race you were circling this season to do it? It feels like it.
Actually, I haven't been doing these special events almost at all before this year, and this year I have almost done them all, like Daytona, Bathurst, Sebring, Road America 500. So yeah, not so experienced in the endurance races, but gathering some at the moment.
I mean, you've had wins this season in other cars. You finally got a P2 here. It's been really good for you, and it's been a really good race for you, especially starting on the pole. I think it's only fair to give you a little bit of a rest now after a long day. But if there's anybody you would like to give a shout out to,
my teammate Villaruola did a great job. He was faster than me in quali, so maybe he was the faster of us two. So maybe 2 Villaruolas could have won. We don't know.
As Michael de Turk said, it's not easy. It's not right to knock you off for just having 4 wins in this car on broadcast. When you're a former champion in the 49s and the 79, you're still a good driver. Topi Korsanemi, congratulations on your P2. We look forward to seeing you somewhere down the road.
Thanks, Greg.
That was Topi Korsanemi, Adam, P2 in the GTOs. I think you may be able to have some words with Seamus Power, who had a really interesting race today. It looked very energetic.
Absolutely. Seamus Power with Geo Motorsports racing alongside Jonathan Oshlam as well. Seamus, that was a very storied race for you and Jonathan over the course of this race. Not that many incidents to talk about, but plenty of battles and lots of strategy out there today.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I can't say I was expecting to need to go into ultra fuel saving mode there at the end. But yeah, throughout the race, just fantastic battles all around. Got lucky a couple times with avoiding some incidents and stuff. And yeah, seemed to keep it clean as much as we could. But yeah, it was one hell of a race, and I'm really happy we managed to get 6th in the end.
It seemed like the traffic was fairly clean and predictable in this particular split during this time slot. I know we've seen a lot of trouble with traffic across this event so far this weekend, but it seemed like that was a little bit of a non-story here in this split today.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think it helps that a lot of the Audis today, I think, were season or series regulars for IMSA Vintage, which was really great to see. I think they locked out the podium in the Audis, which is congrats to them as well. It's a huge achievement and everything. But yeah, it was traffic interactions were pretty normal as they can be in a 4-hour race, and yeah, I think that did help me out in quite a bit, especially the first couple of times through traffic, where I think I managed to gain quite a bit of spots from people who weren't expecting certain Audi moves. So yeah, it was pretty good. I think it let everyone sort of have a pretty clean or clean enough and hard race.
Absolutely. And with so many series regulars, I'm sure that made it a little bit more predictable, but also probably a little bit challenging when it came to battling with those drivers that you didn't know. Because sometimes, most of the time when you go to special events, you don't know any of the drivers around you. So there's a little bit of that's how you could set your mentality. But how was it racing with a mix of series regulars and newcomers today?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I think everyone, at least the ones I was battling and my teammate Johnny was battling, seemed to, be pretty okay. But yeah, it was interesting. I mean, there is a certain kind of maybe mentality is the wrong word, but you kind of get used to people in IMSA Vintage if you've been racing in the series. So if I see someone I recognize, I might be able to kind of guess what they're about to do. When it comes to special events where you don't see people that you recognize or yeah, it kind of goes all out the window, and you kind of have to start from scratch and say, okay, what are the fundamentals? How much should I defend here? Think about the strategy in the long run. And yeah, it was a lot of fun, really.
So it's been you visited us for 2 rounds in the IMSA Vintage Saturday Championship Series on the GSRC broadcasts. Will you be joining us for Indy next week?
Yes, I think so. I hope so, at least. It'll be interesting, that's for sure. But yeah, I feel like I'll take the high of getting 6th here at Road America 500, and yeah, we'll see what happens next week. But it was a lot of fun, at least.
Well, Seamus, congratulations on your 6th. Go give a big shout out to Jonathan as well for helping you get there, and we look forward to seeing you next week, hopefully.
Thanks a lot, guys. Really appreciate it.
That was Seamus Power, who finished in 6th position in the GTP class for the Road America 500, and that is going to do it for us today. We want to give a big thanks to the IMSA Vintage community for bringing us on for this special event today. And we want to give a big thank you to the team today, Craig, Daniel, Christian, and Dougie. And also make sure to check out our social media website and merchandise store. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel as well, so you don't miss a moment here on GSRC. Speaking about missing a moment, next race is the Indy Road Course. That's May 3rd at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Definitely something to watch, because it's a whole different format when it's just a sprint. Next up on GSRC, however, is the Skip Barber Race Series at Brands Hatch. That's tomorrow at 5 a.m. Eastern. You'll have Craig for that one, so definitely be fun to watch that with him. And don't miss the other upcoming races that are shown here on your screen. We hope you've enjoyed joining us today as much as we've enjoyed bringing this racing to you, and we hope to see you back again soon. But until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.